No idea what the fuck you're talking about, Flo, but carry on. Anyway, um, no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Flo, but I only need one of me today. No, look. Like, do y'all reuse the same fucking icon bullshit, or is it just me? Anyway, yes. Okay, so, y'all, I was, touching the buttons during this nice, weird, stormy, semi-relaxing day. And I went down a rabbit hole-ish, sort of. I don't know. Too many buttons. But it got me to thinking. Hmm. And I'm trying to do this in a way that it's not helping them continue to play their game or build up or do what they're trying to do currently and always up to, and also their drama shit, their rewriting, revisionist, and bullshit arcs, and I just trying. Oh dear, and I've got the door open and whatnot. So, alright, let's shut that down. Commissioner agenda. I don't know what that is. Hell, who knows? Alright. There's two of those. Well, what I'm thinking right now, Dukester, is this. You have a brand new shiny account, and the asshole before you came in, and y'all always come in 2 by 2, and you're never over here, and you never speak, and I think you can go in. That's what I think. I'm just saying. Go have a better day, else ain't gonna be here. So there's that. I'm in no mood. Alright. So, I get led. No. Yeah. I don't want to phrase it that. But I'm touching the buttons. I think I hit Barks 4, and then um Alright, so I decided today called for coffee. Even though I definitely should not be having any currently. I just decided what the hell. So anyway, honestly it's not strong enough, but probably best to not go supersonic with the fucking coffee. So anyway, so I'm touching buttons, right? Somehow I end up touch Barks 4 and looks like I don't care. It's just um, looks like the clip they're showing off of the cow farm when they did the pay-per-view event, whatever the fuck, right? Does show that he's finally developed that black eye, but I don't know, man. It's nothing out of the usual, right? But because I still not went much to any of that horse shit that they were doing the other day with room revolvement and all the garbage and whatever. So I caught the clip, her refuting the cotton thing, right? The eyes developed. Man, not again. Lords, anyway. Yeah, it's Wednesdays. The coffee's not strong enough. Oh dear. Okay, so the eyes developed, so not a shocker, right? And man, it's just so. During the same day, we all see some fuck shit occur here, right? And that was being fed out, okay, from the cow and the cotton thing, whatever the fuck, stupid shit. Right? Anyway, but there was definitely some stupid shit up with a few things possibly around that day. I guess we'll see. Those will come into play later, but I mean, this whole group and others always are playing together. Have been since summer vanished. Some somehow weirdly enough beforehand. Which is what it fucking is. But um you know, word on the streets for weeks has been like it's been this shares firmly back in, whatever. And then, of course, for some reason now, Keys is lighting up again. Well, trying to shut down certain shit and fuck with others that are doing certain things, almost like he's having to take dollar bills off Mullen or something again. To fucking tamper with Summer's shit and everybody around it and target him. I don't care about that either. I care about Summer's case. I care about Summer, and I give a shit about some law enforcement around. Take that how you will. Just at a level of zero, folks. Maybe, almost. However, every time you see share really pop up in the foreground, though, the violence against Candace or them fighting or doing whatever, okay, increases exponentially. But same day all this shit's going on, there's fuck shit that happens here as the cow things happening, and you got Keys back playing, and I just don't want to advertise for that piece of shit. Or Slithers or their horse shit or anything else. Just like, I can clearly see the pebble drop by the fucking dumbass thumbnail by the Canadian cookie twat waffle up there, right? Con artist, and then there's my picture, but then there's Brad down there trying to correlate all this shit, just to give that idea to people. He's heckin' mad, and I know they wanted me to draw attention to it the other day when Hick Hoppin' fucking Bermuda Boy was like, "Oh look, I found this again!" Fuck off. Y'all and your games are fucking stupid. But see, they want attention driven over to that one, so then that one can be, I ain't in the mood. And it's like, fuck that goddamn Gmail and the Google account. The actual FBI and the Canadian feds and the police and shit are fully aware of what AB and Tiffany did in Summer's case and with that fucking Gmail and shit. And other names and our family members' names that AB and the others were creating and talking amongst you all like it was really them. So they're fully aware of how Tiffany Marie and AB have tampered in Summer's case in that way. So they can pull the stupid emails, they can try to discredit, they can continue on to set up games, they can do whatever. It's far too fucking late for what they've done in Summer's case. The power of persuasion and mindfuckery and badville over here. What's it gonna matter at the end of the day? You get 1,000, 10,000 more, 100 more thousand people falsely believing shit about all of us around Summer and our community and shit, or you try to dump off some more motherfuckers like they're the ones responsible while all of you all been the one tampering with everything and everyone, and you make them believe you as creators are just these, oh my gosh, and you're breaking everything down and you're calling everybody out. And then you're the good guys and you skirt away like you have in so many other cases. So fucking what? At the end of the day, all of you, I would guarantee are in some extraordinarily deep shit. And your YouTube mindfuckery is not going to be your goddamn jury. Not your bad-byes. Nothing. And most of those motherfuckers you've got corralled everywhere else, doing the siphon and shit and all that other crap, it ain't gonna matter. they're gonna skirt and leave your asses too. And most of them, y'all got wound up so far, they're going to fuck with you. If not before you, I don't know. Whatever. So y'all do as you please. Most days anymore, it doesn't even bother me because I know you all have done quite enough. So I'm not even really concerned about that. These days, I stay mostly with fires and the puzzles this way. Unfortunately, half the time that does involve these pieces of shit because they do come back here locally. You know, like all the ones TM found herself and brought into Summer Wells when she built the community with as best as Cookie Boy, right? And MGL and the rest. So, yeah, like she brought 423 in, and obviously Squall and them had connections with Keys and Cher and the whole nine. And you have Scott, she brought him into all these fuckers that are the worst of the worst. I'll lead back to Tiffany Marie at some point or the other. I'm a no-no. And I don't even care. I know enough. Thing is, right? I hit the ground running, sort of. There's what as you play catch up. You have all this shit being fed out, this distraction, these things being done across the board. It's just fireworks everywhere around. And you're trying to, you know, in a quick hurry, hit the ground running. It did not take me long to figure out. You know, I said there was like a system, a tier, circle, but you have all these things, and they do grow, increase, things change as these 2 years have went on. You know, so, and dynamics change, and all these other things, and who's doing what. It all changes. However, there still is. But at the time all of this began, there was one for me within a few days. I could very clearly see. Kind of knew where the tears stepped up. I didn't need help with that. I identified most even before they were really running that marathon through all the rooms. Didn't have to wait for fuck shit emails and little scattered birds and weapons of mass 40 owls and any of that to get the gist and what's going on. What these people do, it's not as complicated as it sounds or as simple. It's actually very basic. It's just the overwhelming amount of what they do at one time and that they're using 3 or 4 techniques at one time with multiple people and rooms and cons and subs and members, and it makes it seem overwhelming and absolutely tenfold, but it's actually basic fucking con criminal monster bullshit, right? But then you do have to add in the psychological, emotional type of manipulations on the ground, type of insertion, all of that. It gets a little complicated, but and the vagary, right? I think hides everything or will skirt by fucking laws and shit. But not really once you have a compilation, really big pile of this shit. Show over and over again where people are placed and how vague and how many vague things can happen directed from certain, but it doesn't really work. You do it once, twice, you might get by with it, but a whole camp continually doing vague shit and then shit happening, yeah, see, there's where the problem is. I think they would call that a mountain of, an overwhelming mountain of something. When you have 2 years to do that, you have 2 years of fucking owls and weapons and douchebaggery and the 2x2s and the same handwriting and the same links and the same fucking horse shit and mistakes and missteps and dummies and egos and baby hackers and just ads. Either way, get so scattered sometimes because there's so much. Not really, because for me, I couldn't see it. It's all here, and I wish I was like some sort of creator and I could just put it all in video in this format that would be like, you know. But man, it would. All it does, it would only serve to help them try to tamper with shit and tamper with real law enforcement and courts and shit to try to get ahead of what's coming. And it would help them just like others here who we've on the ground and such. It would only help them get their story straightened together and to try to erase certain things and get rid of this and get rid of that. It won't matter because of data pools and requests and you know. Anyway, and honestly, when you got half these motherfuckers full on FBI and international territory with shit, oh, it's far too late. Especially where it concerns money. It's one thing government does not fucking like people fucking with. And they'll go for before they'll go for a missing child, I gotta tell you. And speaking of which, I don't know if I'm supposed to put out that one receipt from Penny on Benny or what. If I was supposed to have a few weeks, but I don't know. Still gonna hold off. I'm not gonna do that. Because I don't want to play with that one or the other one. I don't want to be in that mess. It doesn't take a super genius to figure all that shit out. And that both things, including the receipts, once being said by that one, and the other one are both fucking lies. They're all involved in some heckin' serious money shit. That's not my problem. And I'm not gonna help them with their drama and their shit about it, or CZ's drama either, without bullshit. And it's why I don't want to play in this current email shit either. That was the highlight of the day on whatever horse shit attention piece. Because that's all that shit was today. One goofball over there starting up some vanilla ass stream that's basic bitch shit, and then oh, here comes this screaming drama, and then this interception of dumb shit that is not even correlated in any way, and it's just to get attention and to build up views for dummy over there who's not been getting any, even with Slither's help, to get up to whatever fuck shit's coming next, right? Well, they'll proclaim they're not working together, I'm just... Anyway, so I don't really want to put eyes on anything today, but because it goes into another part. I think it might be good to go over some of it again, but also call out some new shit. Not really. Can't say that anymore. There's nothing that's really new around this block or weird. Anyway, I'm sure a few others of you remember the whole forensology fuckery of this 2-year fucking circus, right? I know a few of you were around the block then during that stupid shit, correct? Yeah, they're right. So anyway, down my poor hair, guys. I'm just gonna shave it off. I may get one of those in-season, in-style haircuts like Benny and Fred. Not really, though. Not really. Yeah, there are not very many pieces that remain, is it? But the only thing that got me thinking about this today was, like, you know, there are 900 fucking CZ emails that don't add it, right? You know? And I know I possess a lot of them, so I guess she's misspelling everything. Like the rest of the crew, look, they're goofy email shit right now, and that Paul shit, they can fuck off that. And that, the poor fucking feds, man. And in a way, they're doing what they do in other shit, right? If they can figure out who or what somebody's supposed to be talking to, or if they think this, that, and the other, they will overwhelm them. They will do this repeated cop shit, and it look, and they hope that's enough to make everything look stupid, whatever, right? And then nothing's done, or they try to figure it out. They even do that to law enforcement, and apparently now feds. I don't know. These people are fucking whack. The links they go to are astounding. Let's see. We want eyes on that for some reason. Imagine that. Same shit, different day. So anyway. Let me see. Yeah, it's hyper dumbass. Let's see. That ain't it. Let's do this. Hmm. There we go. Alright, let me see. Not it. Hmm, it does. Okay. Hmm, nope. Hmm, That's that's interesting. Hmm, alright, interesting. Alright, well, that didn't quite work out, but Hmm. Alright, so I'll just... Now, during this fuckery, right? If y'all recall, there was this whole big thing around. It was Fizz and the rest of the gang, Chroma and Gavel and BK and the rest. You know, it was the full tilt shit. Days, you know, the rest. But then for some reason, this fuck stick, right? And see, it's Monster and Stall who kind of start this shit and give a way for it to be done because they, against specific orders, gave out paperwork that had to do with my daughter and shit, you know, doing whatever. And then this place tried to make everybody believe, including this dumb professional bitch, that it was by request. And it's there. No, it wasn't. It was right in the goddamn parking lot before they left the fucking courthouse that day that they sent that shit on to this place and Penny and the rest against very specific orders. Especially since they were not to be mentioned in much at all. I also have proof of that. So anyway, thing is, so that's how this a twat waffle gets a hold of the paperwork, right? And then the dumb bitch lies. Eventually, she's all like, "Oh, you know, and violates any order of handwriting expertise shit because you're not supposed to take from handwriting shit that's, you know, clearly somebody upset, this here, health conditions. All this shit applies, right? Uh, anyway, it doesn't matter. Fucking bullshit. What she said doesn't matter. It's not any of the point. But she violated every step of any handwriting analysis and the rules of how to do it and right. And the criteria and all the things and the parameters they have to work in. I'm like, yeah, what an expert. And then proclaimed she didn't know that this person was like going through all that. I'm like, bitch, you are literally looking at an order with my name on and a date. You knew they were current. Who are you trying to mind fuck, you professional? Right? Meanwhile, Penny and BK, the rest, they're all playing with them. They get a hold of them. CZ plays her role in that shit too. Right? Now, mind you, that's when her and Adrian and Jenny and Shay and all them were trying to do the sibling arc of everything, and the monster combined arc of everything. It was in the blackmail shit and whatever with Robin too. It's just too much. But anyway, the Fizzle at that point's also trying to make contact with my children, doing all this shit. It was atrocious. Some of you were here for that. But anyway, so, made up forensology of her is like, takes the vids down, does this backbiting fucking double-edged apology bullshit, and then takes all the vids down. Alright? I'm like, yeah, okay, bitch. Anyway, then her and Scap, because let's not forget that fucking Archivist horse shit, do their thing. And then she kind of vanishes. Now, the thing about all this is during that time, CZ had, supposedly sent this woman emails. Also, was like trying to give me proof. She was trying to be like, "We're gonna be besties," and like this pretend arc of "I'm on your side now." That all these creators have tried it one time or another. I never bought it. I'll never buy it. I'm not the person. I'm not the type. And once you fuck with me, we're done. Yeah, I might. In the real world, no, I wouldn't speak to someone like that. It'd be done. I'd walk past you like you were fucking dead. Don't think about you twice. I'll do whatever. I don't give a shit about you, your life. It's done. These people, however, sometimes it behooves one to be like, what kind of shit are you up to? Right? But I tell all of them, I'm like, there's no forgiveness here. There's no, I'm gonna suddenly trust you and you're like grown ass coming over pretending you're my friend or on my team. Like, fuck off. Right? You can do right for summer. In case you can stop the stupid shit. You can actually turn in your buddies or whatnot. But we're never gonna be tight. I'm never gonna buy anything that comes out of your fucking mouth. All your games. I'm just not gonna do it. So anyway, Holmes Lassiter's like, look, I emailed fucking foreign's fuckface, right? I'm like, mm-hmm. And the shit she says in the email that she sent me a copy of is just loot. And she's fully like threatening this person, whatever, supposedly, allegedly, right? It's got the same flavor as the penny out of the gate and the fucking Fusto Slay bullshit. They go too hard. Like all these, it's like the penny emails to the fucking Durant shit, the extra language and how super douchey it is, right? It's just so fucking extra. It makes you want to vomit. I'm like, yeah, girl, sure you did. But tries to make me believe that she's the reason it's taking it. It's not. But she knows through other means because of Shay, Jenny, and Adrian connection shit and what they're doing with a family member that that person did indeed contact this bitch and was like, you better fucking not. You better take it fuck down, right? But meanwhile, they're trying to make me believe they're the reason it's taken down. And they're my hero, whatever. That's easy for you, man. Goofy as fucking shit. Always. So anyway, it's like now her revisionist history. She wasn't part of these groups. Just saying, la 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 la. Man, go back. Like all you gotta do is go all the way. I just, yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna today. Y'all wanna buy the bullshit? Go ahead. But anyway, um, hell, she did her own videos talking about she was part of the group and doing this here. And hell, just look at the fucking Shay calls. Obviously, they were doing that together. For who, I wonder? Oh, I don't know. All the group, including Squall and shit, right? Duh, doesn't take a genius. And then she's suddenly like, I'm your hero. Yeah, okay. Right. But anyway, um, the handwriting on this, right, which is real fun. Man, it reeks. The spacing, all the shit. It always reeks. But either way, you know, you've got this Mozelle bullshit email that's supposed to be the reply to the horse shit that CZ um threat email to her and whatnot, right? Um But this, and I'll post those in the community tab here shortly. And if any of y'all couldn't think of a real, like, seriously, that's the fucking email. Right? But then what's funny is, like, due to scammers, spammers, and trolls, we no longer publish our email, fax, or phone numbers. Instead, please use the form below to send Dr. Mark a message. One of our team members will get back to you, right? And it says, thanks for filling out the form. I don't know. But CZ, for some reason, did delete the initial supposed message that she sent, right? But I've got it, so it doesn't matter. And she just took it out, whatever. So anyway, thing is, right, and this reeks of a certain person's and their handwriting. That's been a continual pattern around here. Anyway, and their extraness, right? But the thing is, what's similar to that though is that inside of that, foreign's fuckface is like, oh, you know, I receive dozens of samples from around the world each week, blah 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 blah. And then, as for how I obtained the sample, that was sent by someone I do not personally know. Yeah, it was sent by fucking Fizzle and them, because of Monster and Stalk. Not through any requests and shit, and because it was juvenile court oriented, plus an order of protection, that is not the same, and it went too quick. And I have proof of it. Okay, it's just it is. I'm not responsible for how that individual acquired it. No, but you're responsible as a professional in what you do with it, and pretend like you didn't skip over shit. But either way, what is and it says the only thing they ask is that they be obtained by publicly whatever means. Well, that didn't happen here, obviously. But either way, many court records, blah blah blah. You know, because at this time they were still trying to keep Monster safe and all this shit. But that Foreign's fuckface mentions similar shit in her quote bullshit apology video. You know. But then also, like the most blatant lies. Well, I didn't know this shit was like current. Like I didn't know when it, you know, because you don't read people in, you know, current states of trauma and history, right? And so she clearly knew the boundaries for professionalism and shit, whatever. But yeah, like, bitch, you got the papers right in front of you through picture form. You sure the fuck did know they were recent, and since Summer's name, all this other shit was listed in them, you knew Summer's case was current, and she tries to play stupid, even though she's circling around Chris M. and one of his buddies, that she had just heard of Summer's case. Bullshit, right? Bullshit. That bitch is lying. Friends, fuck face or not. She straight up was lying on her own page and her own vids. Even the apology went, whole shit was wow. Okay? At the same time, Chris M. McDonough has her over on his fucking YouTube doing all kinds of shit. And I think Karen actually timed me out for making one comment. It's a bullshit comment. Wasn't even anything super drastic or mean or anything. I think I rolled my eyes. I still have a screenshot of it. I did an eye roll emoji. And Karen timed me out on the interview. While Chris had 4N's fuckface on panel. After doing this shit, in Summer's case, and all of us, whatever, right? So anyway, and was playing with the same group that held wrenches in his room. So anyway, I was like, alright. Now, today I looked back for the umpteenth time. Now, I don't know if I'm just blind or what, but it looks like all the little pieces where 4N's fuckface was over at the interview room poofed or something, or maybe I'm just missing. She was over there doing other cases and whatnot, but anyway. So, she eventually had the whole thing with, Skip. Right? And others, including long-term weapons and shit planted around here. And, disappeared. Right? So, anyway, while I'm thinking about this shit, I go down the rabbit hole today, and I'm like, that's weird. Where is that bitch? Yeah. Okay. So I look around. I can't seem to find her, and I'm like, But then I come up. I mean, and I try every way known to man. Well, sort of, but the major ones, And I'm digging into certain other shit, and I just do that for it. It doesn't matter. All right. Long story short, I end up finally finding one thing. One. Now, what's weird? And Lord, I mean, during that same time, you have all of them. And then you have TM at that time, full on docs and address, all that shit, saying the shit. The red truck shit leads to my mom and her heart attack and all that shit she was doing. With the rest of the group, including Justin and whatnot. I just pissed with this. But, yeah. That was really the spin, especially when I thought they had Monster installed firmly to where it would, whatever, man. I don't want any of that. What the hell are you doing? Knock that off. No, I'm not listening to all shit. I'll listen to like 2 minutes, maybe. Yeah, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Still skip around that. But thing is, I don't know who this woman is either. Not done enough digging yet to know. I'm dreading that bit. But either way, I find this. Right? Now, if you know the whole friend's fuckface's whole thing. Um, her whole thing's this JonBenet bullshit, right? So, anyway, I found this piece from 2 short weeks ago. So I found this piece. Now, this woman has been on the Today Show, I guess. It's Pat woman. Alright, now that doesn't mean anything in this day and age. As you can see, fucking News Nation has JLR name up there, so take that as you will. But this was back in the day when the haircuts were fitting and pantsuits were reigning supreme. So, I don't know. Either way, I find this piece from 2 short weeks ago. Oh, and here she's been on Fox. Looks like way back before they were listed as an entertainment channel, when they were listed as news instead of an entertainment channel. So, whatever. Today Show. Ricky Lake. Wow, that was way goddamn bad.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown, and I want to discuss JonBenet, DNA, and handwriting, because DNA and handwriting are what people think are going to solve the murder of JonBenet. Now, just recently on Court TV, Vinnie Politan interviewed Joan Ramsey, and they talked about this quote new suspect, and I say that with a laugh because he's been known forever and ever. This new suspect who has confessed to killing JonBenet in an accident, and has written these letters saying how much he loved JonBenet and how this horrible thing he had done, and sent these letters to some supposed friend out in California, and you can click on my link below when I discuss this whole bit about Gary Oliva becoming this new suspect. And he's not, as he's been around forever. And it's interesting because even his son, John, says that the police have done due diligence and have already eliminated him. His DNA does not match the DNA at the site, at the house, even though I personally think the touch DNA is pretty meaningless and could come from literally anywhere in a transfer. So I don't think it proves the killer. But John Ramsey's always about, yes, we're going to, that's the killer's DNA, and we're going to keep looking for him and looking for him. But it doesn't match him. And then there's the matter of the handwriting, which supposedly the...
Hold on. So the humidity is pushing in from when storms push across, the humidity gets worse. So I'm currently starting to like become a fish. So no, I don't want that either. Okay. Alright. So anyway, the heat's firing now, but fucking humidity is picking up where storms pushing. So I had to change before I got sick. So anyway, carrying on.
Police also eliminated him and said his handwriting did not match him.
And I put more coffee on because, like I said, yeah.
And then there's the matter of the handwriting, which supposedly the police also eliminated him and said his handwriting did not match the ransom note. But that doesn't stop the media from doing these silly stories. And because this story came out just recently, saying he had confessed in all these letters and all this, even though it was not a news story and it's just been regurgitated in the media. And now I've got all these emails and comments saying, Pat, you know, there's a handwriting.
Can y'all hear it okay? Because I've still not made my way downtown where I left my charging cord for my favorite Bluetooth speaker. I'll get there. Anyway. Can y'all hear it okay? I'll move a little closer. Alright, so here Pat goes on the handwriting thing. And I may honestly contact this woman. Because something's happened. Probably because of her. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, carrying on. Here we go. And I'm going to try my best to just let what I can play. Because I've not heard all this. I've just heard it.
Analyst, and she says she has examined his writing against the ransom note, and she says it is him. It's absolutely. Now I've got all these emails and comments saying, Pat, you know, there's a handwriting analyst, and she says she has examined his writing against the ransom note, and she says it is him. It's absolutely him. What do you think of this? Okay, I'm going to go check that out then. All right, so I did. So let me show you who this person is, and she's definitely, her name is being tossed all over the internet, and people are saying,
not really anymore, Pat. Not really anymore. It takes spells. I guess much like her imaginary made-up form of expertise.
saying this proves that Gary Oliva did it. All right, her name is Mozelle Martin, Dr. Mozelle Martin. And
hold on, I do not want to advertise for where she is. All I'm gonna tell you is that, or where she was. You know what? Fuck it. Because here's the thing. I was like, where the hell is she? Because I've been looking for a bit today. I was like, I can't find her anywhere. So I look up this fucking channel she's supposed to have now. Poof again! And of course it's one of those channels about like Ziggs and Dazed and a bunch of the others, right? They create a channel, it's named something that'll, you know, pick up in algorithms because like Dazed and Confused, obviously, the movie, but it's also easy to hide it, right? Not to find them when need be, but also to be picked up in a highly searched term, whatever. But there are like 6 different accounts like this, right? Named the exact same thing. Man, that'd be weird for a woman, a professional, and it wants to be on YouTube to do after she's already shut the others down after being over here doing whatever it was to me and whatever and hanging out with McDonough and Penny and VK and that crew, and then CZ pulling her obviously fake shit in the middle of there with blackmail and all, with the sibling and all that shit too. I don't know, man. With her made up bullshit forensology. Oh yeah. So I guess, and since I went and looked, when I was like, wait, what channel she got? And I guess she built back up to like 10K. Didn't find those. I found 4 or 5 others named the exact same thing though, where she was hiding at, I guess. So anyway, but she's not there. And it appears to have happened, I guess, in 2 weeks. Since this lady, Pat, has done whatever the hell this was. I'm like, huh, that's funny. So anyway, carrying on.
And she has this on her YouTube channel called Mind Matters. Official opinion: Ramsey ransom note writer identified. And in this she identifies Oliva as the ransom note writer. And so who is this person, first of all? All right. She is supposedly, according to your website, an author, a podcaster, an artist, a handwriting expert, a therapist, and she's autistic. It says that she has multiple degrees in forensic psychology, criminology, crime scene investigation, applied ethics. I did look up to see where she got her degrees from, and I cannot find any colleges that she has listed that she went to. Not saying she didn't go to them, but they're not listed. So, one should always, I would think, in their bio, at least indicate when they went to these colleges and what exact degree they got from them. And just so the people have that knowledge, but I can't find it on her. Maybe she went to these colleges and got a PhD in applied ethics. I didn't even know that existed, but okay. It's perfectly fine. I just can't.
Ethics. Yeah. That one really has all the ethics of all varieties, doesn't she? 4 ends, fuckface. Oh, yeah.
I find it. So, but she is a handwriting analyst. That's
No. She's an expert in this field she's made up all by herself. No. She's made up the term. Made it a new thing. Oh, yeah. She's an expert over whatever the fuck that is.
That's her specialization, supposedly. All right, so, okay.
The look on this woman's face, too, is just perfect.
So, let's see what she had to say, all right? So, she says that if we could identify the author of the ransom note, we are one step closer to solving the crime. So on July 10th, 2023, private investigator Jason Jensen, working with John Ramsey, contacted me and asked if I'd be willing to examine the ransom note and compare it to the known writing of Gary Oliva. I find that interesting because apparently the police have already done this, but John Ramsey he's not saying it's him, but he's willing to consider it, okay? So he's now contacted through this private investigator, Dr. Mozelle Martin, and she says,
huh. Weird, huh? This woman who's been obsessed with the JonBenet case for years, that's her whole thing. A private investigator, and then, there's one in between, and then there's Mozelle at the other end suddenly. Mozelle, who seems to I just don't know, man. Some of the wildest shit you've ever seen. It's when you wish you could, pick up the phone and be like, dear sir, of this case I've heard about since, tabloids existed at, storefront checkouts. And I had to stare at them eye to eye because I was that small. I had to stare at your daughter's face dressed up with the world saying the same thing that they say about summer and everything else. Please watch who you're fucking around with, namely 4 ends fuckface. But you can't really do that. And I'll never do something of that nature, especially that high profile. Hell no. Uh, but yeah, that foreign fuck faces, which I just anyway.
As next, she says, one of the reasons, I believe one reason that I was chosen is because I would approach the case with an open mind, having no preconceived or biased views. This is in direct.
Right. Did nobody do their research on Foreign's fuckface again and how she's been obsessed with the JonBenet thing from the beginning? You know what? We're just going to carry on.
Contrast to many other handwriting analysts, experts, and even the general public who have unfairly blamed Patsy, Ramsey, and scrutinized John and Burke. I'm going to say right now, Dr. Martin, that is a biased viewpoint. You're coming into this analysis of the ransom note by saying it couldn't have been written by anybody in the house. That's bias. Total bias. Then she says, those who know me also know I do not follow true crime cases. All right, so she's trying to say here.
Wait, what? Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, it's like her trying to play ignorant. That her and McDonough were buddies and say, right? And they go, I've never heard about Summer before, but then here I was with Penny and all those and all these, and they sent me this paperwork I could clearly see was actually new and not old. Like, because that was her whole thing. She doesn't do new stuff, she just does old stuff. But clearly it's mentioned that they're fucking around with the YouTube group in order protection. That's what she did, her handwriting, said all this other shit. Woman's a blatant goddamn liar, for starters. But then the whole, I never heard about Summer before, but there she was around McDonough. Are you kidding me, dude? Bullshit. And on his channel, but she'd never heard of Summer. Bullshit. But yeah, she don't do anything active. She doesn't follow true crime, but yet here she is in the middle of all of them, and she's arguing with somebody that's so low count. Got 12 viewers at the time on Skip. She's over pissed off, wanting him to stop. All the fake shit's called out around, all this other crap supposedly happens. Why in the fuck? Yeah, then she jets and I guess comes back online under different shit. Now this woman's called right now. She's disappeared again. All the shit with the lady, Foreign's fuckface, has disappeared off McDonough's too. I don't know, man. But then here she is recently. I don't follow true crime. Fucking liar again. Swear to God. But people right over here in true crime, they believe these motherfuckers because they're like, oh, I got this degree, I got that, I got this, I got whatever the fuck, la 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 la. They're like, okay, Mr. End All Be All, you couldn't possibly be a fucking liar or a piece of shit or a con or whatever. Yeah, you're really here with 9 degrees on YouTube, willing to risk your career and reputation and being tampered with or whatever, tainted. And all that to help out the good old bullshit. Nobody with that many, like, legit or worth a fuck or worth their salt's gonna be over here really on YouTube in any manner willing to risk all that. Nobody. Not real fucking feds worth their fucking shit. Not real X this, X that, retired this, retired that. They're just not gonna fucking do it, y'all. Nobody with like the degrees Michelle Walks proclaims she has, or any of the rest of them worth a fuck, are gonna be on YouTube. None of them. They're just not. Okay? Just not. There might be a few. A very scant few scattered in here. Somewhere out in the fucking realms of wild YouTube. Probably with very few viewers. Because they don't provide entertainment. And they actually do stay based on faction. Like, fuck, we only got 3 news articles from cops. What we're going to work with, you know. And they don't want to cause harm to shit, so they're not going to be the ones really, truly sought out by true crime nutters around the world. Anyway, people that have real degrees in that manner, they're going to be retired by the ages some of these fuck faces are on here. They're not going to be worried about getting on YouTube, whatever. They're also not going to spend a lifetime building up reputation and careers to get on fucking YouTube to end up with it ruined or their families targeted, all this other shit. They're well aware of what this place can bring. They're not going to risk an entire lifetime and a body of work for fucking YouTube. On top of that, they could sit in a fucking office with what Mark Chabon says she has, with what Foreign's fuckface says she has, and the rest of them. They could spend 2 hours in a fucking office somewhere, making more than most people make in a year in 2 hours. If they were worth fuck. They don't need YouTube. Pretty goddamn common sense. Just like, you ever wonder why certain search groups, like there's a couple of them connected, right? But you only see the one sector and a group of it. You only see their spokesman over here on YouTube all the goddamn time where money's flowing, but you don't see the other guy or the original really being on YouTube. I just found that weird. Anyway, thing is, I don't know who this lady is. I'll look into her more. Because it could be a thing, but, you know, whatever. And they've all got, I was on this show, on that show. I don't, it doesn't make them end all be all. All humans are fallible. I don't care what kind of badge, degree, anything else you fucking have. It doesn't mean you're correct either. But, anyway, carry on.
Here that she isn't obsessing over things. She didn't know anything about the Ramsey cases at all, really. Well, let me read you from her bio.
Oh.
Those who know me also know I do not follow.
So this woman did do her homework and see that she was upset. Okay. And look in the emails and shit and stuff and all the things, like, and that's one thing Foreign's fuckface is always going on about is the JonBenet case. Right? Always. I don't know what, I don't know. It's like a Piper situation. Anyway, carrying on.
True crime cases. All right, so she's trying to say here that she isn't obsessing over things. She didn't know anything about the Ramsey cases at all, really. Well, let me read you from her bio. Her expertise led her to serve as an international law enforcement trainer, case consultant, expert witness, correctional officer, and private investigator, among
a law enforcement trainer. Where has that been recently brought up? Wasn't that same shit Slay was trying to say, or training with, or being around real feds and shit and stuff? Wasn't that what Slay was telling Cam and Allie? It's interesting. Alright, anyway.
Other roles. She also had the privilege of acting as a writer's consultant for the Criminal Minds TV show and providing true crime commentaries to media platforms such as ABC, NBC, and Crime Watch Daily. Dr. Martin occasionally engages in private consulting and often offers assistance to nonprofit organizations like the Cold Case Foundation and Find Me Group.
Now wait, what was that? Hold on, let's just back it up by like a minute. You want to?
It wouldn't have been written by anybody in the house. That's bias. Total bias. Then she says, those who know me also know I do not follow true crime cases. All right, so she's trying to say here that she isn't obsessing over things. She didn't know anything about the Ramsey case at all, really. Well, let me read you from her bio. Her expertise led her to serve as an international law enforcement trainer, case consultant, expert witness, correctional officer, and private investigator, among other roles. She also had the privilege of acting as a writer's consultant for the Criminal Minds TV show and providing true crime commentaries to media platforms such as ABC, NBC, and Crime Watch Daily. Dr. Martin occasionally engages in private consulting and often offers assistance to nonprofit organizations like the Cold Case Foundation and Find Me Group. I would say you look at a whole lot of crime cases. You're told.
That's weird. Foreign's fuckface and the Cold Case Foundation? Then why in the fuck is the guy that's like the CEO? No, Chris is not CEO. He's like second dude, like co-CEO or whatever the fuck of Cold Case, right? According to him, I don't know. First it said he was flag waiver for whatever the fuck. My poor little mind can't come up with that. Like he was an ambassador or something. He's actually listed on it. Either way, then why has he erased all the things to do with me? And apparently, this lady 2 weeks ago could still look up a bio for Mozelle. I don't know, probably freshly written when they're in between all the ups and downs of fuckface there. And she's still got it listed. Or feels comfortable listing Cold Case again. It's strange. True crime commentary, she says. Private investigator, eh? Ha. Law enforcement. I've trained. I don't know. I remember her saying that she helped with handwriting shit with him too, but see, her expertise is in one she actually made up. This whole new category of handwriting type of shit that doesn't really exist and is basically like, you know what, it's wow. I don't, you know what, we're just gonna listen quietly. For a minute anyway.
Totally involved in true crime, and you certainly know everything about the JonBenet case before you were asked now to look at it. As a matter of fact, she was actually asked to look at it before. And it says here, let's see, with this one, this video is from 11 months ago. And she says at that, and I don't know what, I can't remember what she said. At that time, I was working with an investigator. But this is something she did 11 months ago, so we know it's not what's happening now. And this investigator worked with Patsy and John, and they had emailed directly asking for his help. And then because of my forensic handwriting analysis skills, he asked me if I'd be interested in helping. And then, as I stated before, for whatever reasons, I've never been interested in this case until recently. Oh. So she never sees true crime cases. She wasn't interested at all in this case when this private investigator contacted her, and then she does a whole video on what she thinks. She does an analysis of the writer of the ransom note and says it's a male, and that's not Patsy or Burke or John. And now, fast forward to 2023, and now boom, he's asking her, and she to check out his handwriting against the ransom note because she obviously isn't interested in true crime cases, and she doesn't know a thing about this one. Okay, so we all know that's a problem. All right.
Just like she said she didn't know shit about Summer's case, never heard of it before. She didn't follow true crime, didn't know anything about current cases, only worked on old ones, only took old handwriting samples, though she could clearly see by what she was given by illegal means and such, and fucked with means by Monster, Stall, Fizzle, this group working in concerted effort to target me as she was circling around McDonough and the Cold Case Foundation and calling at the same time Penny was for McDonough and Josh to call me. So that bullshit seems familiar, don't it? She doesn't know, but in the fucking paperwork that she obtained wrongly and Monster and all the rest are responsible for, and this group, and then these fake ass bullshits from CZ in between and all the garbage, even though I clearly knew who put an end to Foreign's fuckface, and it wasn't CZ. But CZ wanted to, manipulate and do whatever. So anyway, and Penny and the rest of the group that CZ was still clearly embedded in and playing with wanted me and thought I was stupid enough to believe she wasn't. She was a friend. Just like during when Chicken on Stick slash, Happy Blue slash Alexandria Hunt slash whatever the hell who'd been stalking us for years, was all the rest. Did the bullshit lawsuit to have it tampered with and then placed and do all the fuck shit in court here. Yeah, and they wanted CZ to be they put her in just enough to where she'd be like, oh, but I got heartbroken, I can't come. And they knew that, and then they sent out just enough to where I could be. And then, look, the shit around here is real. Crazy they fucking get up to. And the levels. But anyway, well, Mozelle clearly knew. Because inside of that paperwork, I'd said clearly in part of the firm paperwork that's in place, and see, they had at one point took little off to where there could be communication way if she chose to let someone know, and then they made one for I and her dismissed. Right. There are clear orders for both of us now to where it's done. Right? To protect both of us. But at that time, because she was not proven to be monsters, whatever, it wasn't even supposed to be mentioned, definitely not supposed to be disseminating that paperwork, none of that shit. But in the fuck, what blew my mind was inside of those orders I'd written on there that Monster and Stahl were playing with this fucking group to target us, to target my child, and shit, because that was happening at that time. Fizzle was also tagging my children. They were hunting my children. They were doing all that with Jenny and Adrian, and the tampering with court shit, and the stickhead rolls, the whole thing, right? And then there it is. Boom, they give that fucking paperwork straight to this group outside the fucking courthouse parking lot. I and others watched it. I was like, holy shit, here we are, still standing here, and here are the pictures online like that. Do you see this? Right? And they weren't supposed to do that. I was like, Jesus Christ, I just put in the fucking order that they're working with this fucking group, and here they fucking are doing it. Like, and then here's Mozelle pretending she didn't know what YouTube was or who Summer was, but it was literally in handwriting she was reading to do the analysis. And her circling Cold Case, apparently, and McDonough, and Penny. So weird, man, right? Once again, she didn't follow current, and she didn't know that that was a current thing, and she thought it was old handwriting. She was analyzing for poor penny bridges. And she doesn't do it, I'm just saying. This woman, But I guess she still feels comfortable listing Cold Case.
she's heavily invested. And she does not believe the Ramseys have anything to do with it, which is one good reason that John Ramsey would be perfectly happy to have her look at Oliva's handwriting and see if it matches. Now,
and man, I really do. I just want to reach out to this dude and be like, are you aware of what this woman does in these cases? Please, sir. I know you really want to know what happened to you. Please, for fuck's sakes, avoid this fuck face. She ain't no good. Like, just don't. Please. But I can't do that. And I won't. I mean, I guess I could, but lost a million emails, right? Lost a million whatever. Sure, he knows by now. I mean, look, they were the first real, like, sensationalized, like, besides OJ, it was OJ and JonBenet, right? Way back. Clinton scandals, JonBenet, and OJ. That was back in the day when they wheeled the TVs out of the classrooms, put us all in the hallway, and made us watch the OJ trial. It's way back in the day, straight. Okay, that's a good line. We're going to take it out from class today so we can all watch the OJ show. On what was newly court TV back then, and it's just tragedy pimping. Anyway, carrying on.
Let's go to that. All right. Let's go to that indeed. Oh, before I do, let me read what she says at the end of her video. It is my professional opinion that, and the Patsy Ramsey is before this. You can't see it up there on the notes. It's my professional opinion that Patsy Ramsey did not author the ransom note. Then she says, it's my professional opinion that John Ramsey did not author the ransom note. It is my professional opinion that Burke Ramsey did not author the ransom note. Instead, based on 36 international years as a court-qualified question document examiner and forensic handwriting expert, it is my professional opinion that Gary Oliva did, in fact, author the ransom note. Again, this is Dr. Mozelle Martin, and today is July 18th, 2023, and you heard it here first. What is the most important thing that she is trying to point out here? You heard it here first. I'm the one who's solving this case. I'm the one who said his handwriting matched before anybody else did. I, Dr. Mozelle Martin, have solved the case, and you heard it here first. All right, she can say that. Maybe if she's right, then she wants that credit. I get that. All right. But now I want to take a look at the handwriting. All right. And here's one of the biggest problems. Now, I'm not a handwriting expert, and I don't have all of his stuff and to the full handwriting examination. She has, but a lot of times when people tell you things via the internet or via the media, they're not showing you everything, all the details and how they figured it out so that you can say, does this make sense or not? But I'm going to tell you right up front, there is such a glaring difference in these two handwriting samples that I'm going to say he didn't write the ransom note. I'll show you why. All right, let's go to the ransom note and one sample of Gary Oliva's writing. All right, and one of the things you can see, and this is where people get screwed up when they do analysis, that if they see something that matches, they go, oh my God, see, that matches. Well, a lot of us write things that are very similar to what somebody else would write, which is why it's such a difficult thing to analyze handwriting, because you have to look at all aspects. You have to look at the slant of the handwriting, the formation of the letters, the spacing, all kinds of things, and not just jump to a conclusion. Well, let me show you how you could do that. All right, so if you see right here, you will see a dollar sign. You will notice that that dollar sign goes like this. It's a dollar sign with two lines through it. Now, personally, when I write a dollar sign, I just put one line through it, all right? Look over here in the letter. Do you see, again, that dollar sign has two lines through it? Bingo. You know, you look at that and you go, oh my God, Gary Oliva must have written this, because look at it, it's so similar. Except there's a lot of things that aren't similar. For example, the ones here are straight ones, and he writes his ones like this with the fancy one. These ones are simple ones. He always writes his ones fancy. Another thing I noticed was that in most of the writing here, the M's are not going down to the bottom. They go like up and kind of make just a little whoop down. The W's do the same thing the other way. They don't go all the way up. They go like just a wee bit up, like that. But over here, most of his M's and W's are full, like up, down, or down, up, down, up. I noticed that was completely different. Now, let me show you, though, the one that stuck out to me more than anything else. And you can see this, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, when you write one thing, just a rare thing, it's hard to compare them. But when you're talking about something, a letter that's written over and over and over and over and over again, then that is a letter that probably is natural to you. You're not trying to do something specific with it or special with it. You just that's very natural. In this case, we're going to talk about R's. There's a lot of R's here. There's a lot of R's here. Let me show you how this works. All right. This is, I'm sorry about the blur here, because I tried to make it big. All right, this is.
I wonder what she'd think about that blackmail handwritten 8-page manifesto this group sent me, right? The electronic means, and have carried out with on the destruction of my family. Gonna do everything they can to take the kid, do this, do that. Somebody's gonna have child support. We're gonna destroy this. We're gonna push you, and whatever, right? And then, of course, the handwriting changes at the end of it, and then the lack and absence of my last name on it, but the inclusion of everyone else's, and then Scott H. right after that coming out with his face, but with a family member in Monster involved during the same time that Mozelle was being used, and all sorts of shit. I wonder what she'd make of all that. You know, and the pink gloved hands and the combination of the ooga booga hard rock doofus music and the fan blade shadows on the fucking desk. Yeah, I wonder. Pink glove. The forgetting whether they're going for singular or plural people. I wonder what she'd make of that. But the blackmail threat, witness intimidation letter that this place sent right around the time with the Mozelle shit, all that shit, right? And that they followed to a fucking T. And now they've actually went beyond it, because they didn't include attempting to try to get me murdered or targeted, whatever like in that means. But now Jenny, Adrian, and you can hear them in their own words and admissions, knowing that's clearly what could happen, and then enacting it, and then recently before the vigil, doing it again, but through Ziggy and Dolly and all that, and then the Blue Solo character, of course, and whatnot, who comes over here, types out a few comments, and is like, oh shit, I was just joking, and then comes back to erase those. Drops down off the panel and he realizes it's not a good idea, and then comes over and makes comments and erases them in the background, but it's far too late. Anyway, I just wonder what somebody legit would think of all those things combined. The major events in here, right? Blackmail me with Squall, who's connected with C&D in that heel and actually has contact with it. First fucking marathon idea of Scott H. All these things. My vid's being used by Squall, who's been asked to be put on my Facebook. The keys, share, Tiffany Marie, whatever, push there by Penny. Targeting of my child / small witness around summer, just like Another small witness was done with the same characters like Lips and them in play. They couldn't find any other way to or to try to get control of. Right? That these characters really thought they were. But yeah, these major events. Blackmail letter. Setting up people are attempting to with Google fucking accounts in our names, learning how to type and seem like us, like AB did with TM, and then TM posted the fucking shit being said and typed out by AB in our community post and tried to make people believe it was all of us saying it, including myself, and then they admitted to it and all that. That's pretty well tampered in Summer's case. They're trying to set folks up to look like shit or putting out misinformation in Summer's case and tampering with it in real time, and us, and that was real helpful. I'm sure until they got caught and they admit it, and the blackmail letters, the blackmailing of an actual push to get into Robin's life and my siblings and family members and to use that as blackmail and trying to get us murdered repeatedly and outright censor and push us to suicide, to push us to this, to put false 5150 holds, to set those up, and cycling rooms and days and admitted, just everything. These major events in Summer's case, these people have done. The hoaxes, the playing with, even on the ground level with people you think would be closest to Summer and would care the most about not taking time away from her case, but seemingly using this place to target others that aren't really any harm but may know too much about a whole lot of things and everything, and then just witnesses, really. And then this group helping with that and the things done to people in Summer's case, not just myself, but others. It'd be nice to know what real experts that aren't on YouTube think as a collective. Can only imagine, or
from the ransom note. You will notice, you see the R up at the top, brown. The R has no stem. And if you look down at delivery, you will see the R there also has no stem. Okay? It just is a curved line. Look at this one. Listen carefully. Do you see the R and carefully? Do you see it's just a curved line? All the way through the letters, the R is always just a curved line. It goes like this. I don't know how the person wrote it, whether they started here and wrote down or they just did their R up. But it's just a curved line. Okay? No stem. Doesn't go down and then over. Doesn't go down and then over. It just starts at the bottom and then curves up and goes over. Like this. Now, take a look at Gary Oliva's writing. There you go. Look at the word read. Do you see the R?
He has the hard R. Interesting.
A big stem, and then the R, the rest of the R comes up.
And it's squatted and squished.
Look at the word letter. Do you see the stem going down, and then the rest of the R comes up? Look at 4. You'll see the stem and the R coming up. All right. Now, check this.
It's weird. There's certain letters like he has to go back on them. The ink is darker on spots. It doesn't show in the other sample over there. Whoever wrote it didn't have darker ink spots on G's and things. like this one does.
This out. All right. Look at the word war. You see the stem goes down and then it comes back up. Look at pewter. The stem goes down and then the rest of the R comes up. Look at, I think that's paper. Stem goes down and then the R goes up. Look at collector on the second line. The stem goes down and the rest of the R comes up. Now the bottom line, look at crucifix. You see next to the C, the R goes down, the stem goes down, and then it comes back up. Look at air. You see the stem goes down and then it comes back up. Look at freshener. There's two R's in there, and both of them are exactly the same. You start up, come down, and then go back up. There's a stem in both of those. He always goes stem and then R. The rest of the R. Stem down and then the rest of the R. Over here, only ever see the curve. No stem. Not a stem in this letter. Stem is all over the place. Now, R is a very common thing that if you're going to write, you're probably going to write your R's the same way every time. Now, I don't think Mr. Homeless Dude, all right, is so...
Now, see, I'm not an expert, but the G's there, right? The one G, like, he always has to, like, there's ink spots showing he goes over a certain spot in the G's. It's heavier ink. Over here on this one, the tail of the G is also different and does not have the heavier ink in certain spots, implying where he starts, stops, does something in particular. All these other things, right? But, and I don't have a fucking degree. I didn't study. I didn't hang out with anybody. I mean, like, goddamn, if somebody else like, this ain't right. But you're going to tell me, fuckface friendsology over. It's like, oh yeah! Just like she is and everything else. I'm just a layman. But now I will tell you that it's like, you know, for me, it's the little things, right? Just like it's how I knew for years Monster, because one of his favorite games to play was always letting the cashiers or the, you know, the fast food workers or grocery store workers or the hookers he was banging in the prostitute, like in the freaking parking lots and whatever else. One of his favorite, and the boss's daughters and that type of shit that were working, whatever stank it was at the time, right? Always circling around work or convenience store, fast food place, and normally places he had to naturally stop so he could buy whatever. But anyway, but even before that, it was always that I don't know what the deal is with that. I really think I kind of do though. But anyway, the thing is, one of his favorite games to play, much like with Stall, and the rest, she's not unique in any way. But one of his favorite games to play was having them type for him and to watch me and be the one to respond and reply to me. And or to text me or to do whatever, and you could tell when his personality changed too. They would be advising him because that's usually how I got him. How do I make my relationship better with her? And look, I'm trying, and they give him these tips. He'd swear he was going by and all this shit, right? To their faces and whatever, and he would change like at home and be like, "Oh, I see what you're doing. You got another bitch." Another cashier, another whatever, and you're feeding her the lines of what do I do? I really love my girl. Oh, but she's so mean to me. And then that way it would manipulate them into thinking that, you know, he tried his best so then they could just fuck him or give him a hand job or bang him for $5 in the parking lot. It was fine to wreck a home or sit on a dick that belonged to whatever, you know, like, alright, bro. Right? It made them feel easier. It's the way of manipulating them and mind fucking them into, oh, well, this guy really is being treated. Look at, oh my gosh. And it's okay. Right? Make them feel easier with the situation. It was his thing. But he loved watching them message me, and they'd be like, well, maybe I can help, right? Because it's always that type of skank. But, they would message the little loving messenger that, you know, and like those, because she's very controlling, manipulative, and whatever. I mean, hell, she pulled the most cliche thing I've ever seen, to drop the fucking earring. Like, that's cringe, bro. Yikes. And one other fun fact here. There were these carapaces, right, that I had gotten off of our memory tree the day of my pap's funeral with the children, all of them. And the kids wanted to keep it. I wanted to keep them. I was going to make this thing because they had played a great role in all the things around Pap for all years. So anyway, they meant something that day. And all the kids, had handed them to me and like, whatever. And here we were in our funeral clothes around the memory tree and all this, Anyway, I put them in my car dash up there, right? And they never moved. And I'd had them for a couple months there, obviously. And Monster had wrecked my soul, whatever. This chick hit in the parking lot on my day that I was having radiation or one of these things done. I don't remember, but she'd hit us, etc. Lifted the car up. These motherfuckers didn't move out of that gauge cluster for that. Okay, did not move. And then he kept making this big deal for months, like nobody's been in the car, but I could tell because of the slight movement, the lean back, shit happening in my seats, mud smears, all kinds of other shit. Clearly someone had been in my car, right? That he kept making sure to take. So anyway, I noticed one day that they're gone. I'm gonna take the car, and I lost my full shit. It's like, where in the flying fuck are they? I lost my shit. And I knew that they could have only been taken from me. I was like, he's like, look at the floor, look at this. I was like, bitch, they are not motherfucking here. I've looked everywhere in this fucking car. There's no way they all just jumped off the gauge cluster suddenly and then and they're nowhere. Well, guess what? It was Stahl throwing them the fuck away. Because it was that tiny little, and to get at me, who is some chick going through cancer, pap down, all this other shit. This gang thinks we're playing a game, whatever, that we ain't playing. She's the one doing foul ass shit for this amount of time, and she's trying to get him caught because he wasn't going on her time and her whatever, right? And her pushing, and she thought she was coming to this great life for this dude owned all this shit and everything was whatever, and she was just gonna wreck home and go straight in, right? Well, it don't matter, cancer, it doesn't matter if we're abused or not, right? What she did and how she did it. And then she moves jobs to be right beside him to keep eyes and ears and control him and his wife for almost a year. All I heard from that boy was, if you do not let me quit this job, it's going to wreck our lives. Wait and see, wait and see. And he was losing his shit and pushed and pulled, and the violence was increasing. And holy shit, the shit that Stahl caused in our real lives. And then her skeezing clearly on by 9 different profiles, her and this other one she uses to swap identities with quite often, even in person and in cars and shit, as she's stalking and doing shit for my kids and I, that I do have evidence and videos. Anyway, she even tried to get on my kids' accounts and shit to keep an eye on him and what we were doing at home long before she. And it's like running into her at the gas station, man. Didn't have any clue, but she would run into me physically. And even my kids are like, what the fuck is wrong with this bitch? I'm telling you, she ain't right, okay? But she was like trying to push it to try to get him caught. But she knew what those were to me, and she knew, right? And she threw those the fuck away. While she was in my car, I was paying for, banging some dude I paid for even his clothes and underwear for, and fed and everything else, and all he could ever do is the same thing he's doing with hers. Steal, get up to fuck shit, dope, take from his kids, abuse, do whatever. But she thought she was winning a prize at 40-some. It's about the best she was going to get. And she thought he owned all his shit, thought he owned all his cars, had all these things he talked about. That's why he was finally like, yeah, you can redo the house and you can finally get rid of my mess and you can do all this shit. Yeah, it's because, but then when summer vanished, whatever. But anyway, I could clearly tell for a long time when she would message versus him. And then his personality swaps, all these things happen, right? It's little things. Just didn't care anymore. But it was hell the first few days. It was trying to figure out what part, if this piece of ass if he'd finally done what I told him he was going to do, was get wrapped up, fucked up some whore that had 12 kids and 16 baby daddies and end up fucking around finding out. And he's like, oh, yeah, whatever. But, I was trying to figure out, and it's hard coming out of that, and it being the last piece needed to sever those trauma bonds and shit. And I really did maybe somehow lose my shit, though, so I'm trying to figure out where we placed in the cycle again, right? If it was good enough to get paperwork, which certain people found a joke, and he was able with his family and shit be like, oh, she's the baby. Because those dipshits too stupid to look over here at fucking court records or anywhere else from motherfuckers. Everybody wants to be like, I went to school with, we're friends. Fuck all that shit. Anyway, so it's like everybody knew it was up, and it was a setup to Margaret, like with stall, the family, that shit, the escorts, the garbage, but it's like, it was hard because you're taught to chase, you're taught to do this, but it's also a way to see it. And it was the last string I needed to be like, okay, is this dumbass, whoever he is, finally got all this when he's been giving me hints about, like, if you don't let me quit my job, wait and see, wait and see. Is it good enough to jet? Is this finally it? Can I get out of this box? Can I get papers? Can I get safety? Can I? And then Summer's missing this first few days and weeks. It's like, holy shit. And then the dude's obviously the last few days on meth and shit, and caught him at it. It's like, full out finally for the first time 4 years. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, got you, right? Air conditioning my fucking ass, bro. Finally see your dick in my ass. Yeah, just because you're finally working because I'm sick, lazy piece of shit. Right, right. And then to know that him and Style both doing all, like, it was so much and it was overwhelming. And trying to figure out where we placed in those first days and trying to hide. And I was putting in some motels and shit. And, and nobody understood and very few, I mean, you're coming out of a fucking mental almost 3 decades ago shit. Summer missing and Stall playing her stupid game she's still fucking playing, and look at what the fuck she's done over here. Only time, like, she's messaging even for Monster, and dude, he would have killed me for that shit if I'd pretended to be him and shit. Holy shit. But he's letting her do it. She's got firm. I don't even care. It's not my problem. Match made in hell. Good luck to them, whatever, but they're both sick as fuck, okay? And what they've done to my kids is sick as fuck while taking from, not paying a penny for, filing all this other shit is sick as fuck. And she's definitely played a major role in it. But yeah, I mean, you notice little things, and I did. It's like, always. Always. And I always knew it was one of his favorite games to play to have other skanks message like him or do this, and he'd be like, here, help me out, will you talk to her? And they wouldn't realize that he had raised her. He had done shit to me before leaving the house that they had set me out to where the only safe space I had was to be like, here are my feelings in the messenger, right? Here's how I feel today, but it gives enough hours and space for maybe I don't get killed, right? In between, so it was my only way of voicing certain shit, especially as they were near, and every time they were near, he was banging somebody. Violence escalated at home, and what he was doing was terrible. And that they made it worse. And he would do shit to me and the kids. But then here he was, and they couldn't see or hear that. And he'd be like, here, you talk to her, and can you talk? Because I'm not good at writing, and I'm not good at whatever. And they would talk and text me like they were him. But even long before him, I remember being a lover of handwriting and things. And Mozelle, my handwriting really was okay. I also had a guy take me to the courthouse that day and had to come back and forth because of shit I needed. And so I was writing it on the go, and the cops here were telling me that it had indeed been taken down, the dates were wrong, and to hurry up and get there. I wrote it against walls and on my leg. My hands locked up because of fucking treatments and makeup and everything else. Right, and during that weekend, this place had the Monster install full tilt outright. Him wearing my clothes, everything else. Thought it was funny. But you know, Mozelle said of my handwriting that, and it changed. It changed drastically when the dumbass did the medical abuse shit to me and made sure I was taking this one medicine that was fucking me up desperately and permanently, and he didn't care if it killed me as long as he got by with boat bitches in that cycle while I was dealing with a peeping Tom and trying to keep our kids safe and myself safe. And my handwriting changed during those years. It took me quite a long time to come back as much as I could. But man, when I was a kid, like Mozelle shit, she said some shit about my handwriting, whatever. And I never did watch her fuckface video on all of it. Still refuse to. It's downloaded. I don't care to ever watch it. I know what was said and her statement about it and also sure. I know some of what my family is what told me. But you know, she said it was because of this error, but the thing about that is I just, when I was a kid, man, I just loved handwriting, cursive. It's cathartic. It was, I don't know. I loved writing and I still do, and I would, hands flat, prefer it over typing any day. Either way, and I'm always been very precision based about it. But, has nothing to do with anything other than that. I really just do love writing, and always have, even when I was little. From the time my pap taught me cursive, even before kindergarten, he was teaching me how to write in cursive, and I always loved for my cakes, and I could always tell which things were for my pap, like Christmas and my birthday cakes and this air, because he'd always have my cakes done in cursive, and he would write my name in cursive on presents, and he always got my name right. So it's always little things, right? I've noticed them since I was little. It's also how I'm wired. It's what you do when circumstances say, hey, this environment, you're in it, and your brain early wiring is survival and noticing the little things anyway. Right? So then when you come into contact with monsters who for 3 decades fuck with you, when you try to love or care for or fix broken-ass monsters or give them a chance or whatever, but your wiring says you're a monster hunter, shit goes a little sideways. Especially when, after solidification of certain areas of the brain and the consequences and also the region, they're there, there's no coming back. The monster's not going to fix itself. It's not going to be loved better. It has no more chances. There's no, one day it's going to wake up, but you still hope. But you know better. You're not a dumb bitch. Right? Trap's trap. Boxes are boxes. You make the best in-betweens. You still live as much as you can. Anyway, and then you have people like, eventually, like, Foreign's fuckface coming out and thoroughly fucking lying and manipulating shit and playing with groups like this. As all this is going on in your life, and just outright lies that you know aren't true because you've always had enough insight and been able to sit down with yourself and to do self-correction and ship writing and to read yourself and self-evaluation to know what the fuck and why you're doing certain things or why you're this or why you're that or whatever. And who's what, where, and to identify toxicity and shit around you and ample amount of monsters and to varying degrees throughout your life and assholes surrounding you. I mean, you don't need a fucking genius therapist or otherwise to tell you that. You live in between. But then to have somebody like that dipshit playing with, and then also in a way fucking with my family. What she said, and knowing that those things are fucking lies and horseshit and not correct. Didn't care who she defamed, slandered, lied about, etc. For this group, she clearly was aware of, playing on YouTube, right around an open and active investigation she was not stupid or ignorant of, as she's clearly linked with Cold Case and McDonough, and clearly looking at a set of paperwork she should not have had, this group should not have had, that our fucking abuser and its little helper pump out immediately in the courthouse parking lot, that you and others are standing there watch happen in real time. You're like, holy shit, really? Didn't we just get iron? This was a no-no. They weren't even supposed to be mentioning my daughter. And yet here they continue to go on the targeting watch. Like, and it's pretty gross what Foreign's fuckface and the rest did. And then to say it's because of being stuck in past, this and that. No, it ain't. It's because of the continued bear down of, and the inability to just have one day of, all right, these people not manipulating and psychologically fucking with you on a level, including with those who should know better, but did anyway for money. And she was paid for that. I don't find that cute. I don't find that very professional. And she's obviously a fucking liar. And something's made her take down her shit again after, I guess, this. But when you're being tampered with by the likes of that type of thing that's being heralded by the likes of McDonough and others as end-all be-alls and shit and resources, and people buy and believe online as they defame, slander, lie, harass for payments. even against ethical standards, work codes, regular handwriting rules and boundaries. Because they skip right over those and clearly lie to the public and everybody else, and continue to do it, as you can see here. I don't know about that being a resource for anything, but problem is when you have such giants that people take more serious because of their credentials, then they take what fucking trap house ass manipulators and shit who are tormenting us and only take more of what they say face value and believe it, right? And believe that of our families and those around us, of our situations in life, and it's pretty fucking gross and disgusting, you know. And I just, that's what you deal with over here, right? Okay. So I decided there was more coffee needed. And also I was trying to locate something. But I want to show you something. Guess who else was working during this period, right? You'll never believe. Okay. So, listen carefully. And since I'm me and not a creator, I'll just, baby receipt this, and I'll do it my way, and I'll hold whatever the fuck I feel like up to the screen to do it.
Misinterpret what she's trying to say.
Right? Asbestos himself. And guess who asbestos belonged to during that period? Right? At least openly. Huh. Interesting, huh? Remember Mr. Carpet Fluffer for whoever he's rated, whatever, and targeting extraordinary. This super weird dude who sits in a corner. Nobody ever really calls out or fucks with, but somehow times the room, does all shit, and gets up to weaponized shit. Nobody ever fucks with. Much like a few others around here, right? Like Chasing and etc. and Big Eye, whatever. Anyway, this was Tiffany Marie's bitch. But in the chat, you'll obviously see Dazed and, well, the rest of the group that I clearly meant that Monster was with and that I put on the court papers and all sorts of shit. Anyway.
Misinterpret what she's trying to say. Her placement, the way that she's saying nothing. It says, well, I'll give you an example. Let me see.
Sunshine Country Chicken.
With this group on YouTube. So if you're presenting to somebody and saying this group,
Shay's
you're also including yourself in that group.
Now listen to that mind fuck he's doing on people. Right, listen to it. He's talking about me listing a group. Like Monster and Star working with a group on YouTube to target iron and children. And AB is really like, now if you say group, well, you're implying that you're part of that group. What the fuck? No, bitch. But people listen to this son of a bitch. And I don't know how many examples I have to give of it, but people are just like, yeah. Anyway.
What she's trying to say, her placement, the way that she's saying nothing, it says, well, I'll give you an example. Let me see. With this group on YouTube. So if you're presenting to somebody and saying this group, you're also including yourself in that group.
Now somehow, in mindfuck logic, right, in Con 101, if any of y'all ever say the word group, that immediately implies you're part of the group. Even if you're identifying another group of individuals, it means you're part of the group. Right. But, like I said, AB had his hands on this because of it. Right. And look, you can see Monster and dirty ass fingernails on the paperwork because, like I and other officials standing there, they could clearly see it had already been sent. That ain't Mozelle's paws. That ain't anybody else's paws. I know those finger paws. Right? But then later on, like, no, it was all acquired by legal means, just like Mozelle was pumping out the bullshit, supposedly, allegedly, in the bullshit USA emails, but also on her video, she did say similar, and all this other stuff, while they all worked together, I don't know, in a group, right? And TM and Adrian and Jenny, Lips, BK, Linda, Roho, Scott H, and the rest at this point, where, oh, and Piper and all, because the false 5150 led into, no, we're going to have Jody Sue harm herself. But also, wait a minute. Holy shit, the plan's changed now. We got this last little tidbit of info. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even real. But we're going to make into this big giant thing. And then they targeted outright my little with it.
Misinterpret what she's trying to say.
So yeah.
Her placement.
And this dude fully belonged to TM at the time. This was part of. Right? But yeah, and so you could even see he's playing into the Mozelle shit, the whole thing. Yeah.
The way that she's saying nothing, it says, well, I'll give you an example. Let me see. With this group on YouTube, so if you're presenting to somebody and saying this group, you're also including yourself in that group. He began targeting the children and myself even more openly online with the group on YouTube. He has been working with behind the scenes with his girlfriend to target and put out info on us all year. He made it known he was coming for our child, I would think that says. So it goes on, describe any weapons used: bats, cords, canes, hands, shoes, cars, wood, guns, etc. Anything he could get his hands on, basically. We're not looking for you to generalize here. Cross Sullivan, Kingsport, Hawkins, etc. What is this etc. nonsense? List the etc. No, I didn't see your latest community post. Should I look at it? Jody C. Brown, it's right there. I'll go look at it right now. Jody C. Going over there right now. So just to let you know, Jody, driving insurance with driving without insurance in Tennessee, everything you should know. Current driver has a great article on it. But my in the description of this video, I read this video, or excuse me, read this article.
Now, meanwhile, what's happening in the background is Happy Blue / Amanda C / Stick / whatever's pumping out this bullshit. Stall and Monster Online pumping it out, though it's not the truth. I have paperwork to prove it. So this group falsely believes shit, and they're putting it out. And what they're trying to do, Tom, is to try to get arrests and all kinds of shit made. They were terrorizing us, put us further in the box to make sure we couldn't travel, all this other shit. I'm not on the subject of that right now, Amy. It's been answered. It's just how it is. I'm not dealing with that thing. Divert somewhere else.
I'd like to share with you in chat right now if you guys are bothered by it just as much as I do. And the article.
So anyway, I do have the whole thing downloaded, obviously, because it's part of the shit. But maybe your seats would randomly. Either way, whole hive's there. Whole hive. Journal. Fucking hive. It's just. Oh. And then, of course, you have Shay at that time and stuff, too, with the coming by here and taking pics, etc. And my minor sitting in the car. But it wasn't Shay. It was reportedly the local Pick-Me Duncan there, right? But yeah, that's for Shay, who outright was like wanting to murder me and such, and so goddamn disgusting that, even cops were gagging. Oh, look, and here's Dazed and Confused and that line. monsters installed. Let me see. What we got here?
That's why they get me into it.
Sunshine Country Chickens.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey.
How you doing tonight?
How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. Listen, I've got a question, and it's a little off the wall, but are you wearing Jody Sue's shirt right now?
Right now?
Right now.
Oh, fuck yes, I am wearing her shirt.
Okay, thank you for that one, because she's already called it out, and, you know, of course, you're just to get at her terrorizer. So,
See the look on his fucking face? I know that look, and the eyes upward, and I know what it means. And it is. It's just like phone calls up possessed. It's where he clearly says he's getting married just to fuck with me.
everything ever.
Had the balls to say that too. It doesn't matter. Alright. It's all paid for by YouTube. The judge didn't think that shit's funny. I still don't. And yeah, that is my shirt. Like Ollie wore. In every outfit. Well, I wouldn't say outfit. From the first time we went to court until the last two, he literally wore some of the last things I bought for him just days before. Right? He tells everybody else he told me he was leaving. That is not the case. Right? It's not the case at all. He never had the balls to actually do that. Not in any more cursory manner or give me piqued interest in his typical, I'm leaving! And he's back in a day or two. But, yeah, he didn't have the balls to actually make a front and a full nut. It wasn't. Just no more than different. His average daily, I'm leaving! Whatever. In the meantime, he's doing all kinds of sharing public. But, and catch me out by myself and be like, no, it's okay, I just need time, I love you, whatever. So it kept us fucking confused, and what was seen online was verses, and it didn't matter. But yeah, so all the times we had Corey wear the last things that I bought him just a couple days before everything. And to the last two times. Then he finally changed clothes. But online, he kept wearing my clothing. And you can't tell me in the year plus he couldn't afford it, especially with what he was stealing, taking, and not paying for with him. But yeah, it was real cute what this group and him did together. Oh, shut the fuck up, Amy, and get the fuck out. Like, for real already. Stop your boo-hoos that she treated me badly for clip value goddamn garbage, and get the fuck out. You know what you're doing. I ain't playing this shit. It's been answered a million goddamn times. You know what you're doing. You're not accomplished. Get the fuck out. You ain't solving it. You're helping the opposite currently, and you're doing it for someone. And I really don't give a good goddamn lot. I just only give a fuck that you get the entire fuck up out of my room. Bye. Stop your boo-hoo. She's mean to me. I'll just leave now. Oh, guys. Stop with your fucking manipulation shit and get the fuck out. You got your clip. You got your whatever. I see you for what you are and what you're doing. Get the fuck out. Alright. So anyway. You ain't ever over here speaking. Anybody else seen her over here talking all the time, asking questions? Anything else? Anybody ever see her as a regular chatter? No, you don't. You ever see her making nice comments about me or doing whatever across the rest of the rooms or being like, hey, whatever about me. No, you only see her here today during this. Wow. And then to cast out in the screen, it's them trying. You know what? Get the fuck out. I got on for this shit today. So anyway, back on to the asbestos bullshit, right? And the TM bullshit, and the Mozelle, and the Penny, and all the other bullshit. And you know how and why this group keeps using McDonough, right? It's like Tiffany here, right? She verified. She verified that's her fucking number at first, and then she figured out what I had, of course. But yeah, this is her to chase. Everything is going to change now. Right? God is always on time, Chase, she told him. He goes, exactly. I'm telling you, I'm on to Jody Sue, honey. Tiffany, stay keeping eyes on her, especially today. Chase goes, sending people now. People. Tiffany goes, good idea. Anything I should tell Chris about all the traffic at her trailer? There's no traffic in my trailer, but I got the implied threat. And it's one, by the way, that Penny tried to use too. And she goes, I don't want to say anything. But, when she says that part about anything I should tell Chris, McDonough, the same one Penny, they're using in the Discords. And I don't know, these people, man, they have this habit. Chris. What's going on?
Down the road from the wells. She didn't ask to live down the road from the wells. Now, how much for that as well? That's super. I don't know what she knows. Only she does. That connects here. I mean, we're really that connects. Yeah, no, you're 100%. Now, is she her cigarettes or drinks her coffee? Don't see.
You can double tap.
Being, it's just, I'm not the guy that geographic region. So that's another thing that I don't. And I get asked all the time about Jody Sue. Once again, I've spoken to Jody Sue. I don't really know Jody Sue. I know that she lived down the road from the wells. She didn't ask to live down the road from the wells. Now, I think that we do a disservice when people get mad at her for being however she is, and don't, please, in the comments, we don't need to have we can all have our own opinions about, but she's been a hot topic for a long time, and I just don't see the energy being, it's just not there to me. I don't know what she knows. Only she's been interviewed by the FBI, TBI, and the Sheriff's Department. They have what they need from her. And what happens is she criticizes people that, she feels are doing something a certain way, and then the people criticize her back. But instead of just the criticizing of interjecting or the case, they go, well, she's suspicious, and then everybody goes, yeah, I don't like the way she acts. I don't like the way she smokes her cigarettes or drinks her coffee. There's something eerie there. That all of that you may perceive it that way, but if you don't have an actual line that connects here, I mean, we're stretched out. We're really just, it's weird. It's weird to me because law enforcement's on it. They've talked to her. They've interviewed her. So, once, like you said, it pulls away attention from the case.
Huh. Interesting that. A group that leads right back into this road, purposefully targeting me, that continues to scream, "Where's Summer? She's lost in all the chaos." But they make the chaos. They make all the videos about it. They all target us. They use Monster to do it. They do all these things to do it. And then they scream, "But it's all about Jody Sue. Jody Sue's career. It's all these things that now it's all about her instead." Nope. It was these motherfuckers that did that and caused the chaos. What they did with, my words, what they did with every little thing. I mean, literally, from my cup moving because of condensation. Prostitute. Everything. My abuse, the whole month. To take attention away from certain folks. To eat and terrorize others. Entertainment value, cash apps, whatever fucking paid. And to create the chaos. Summer's hidden in while they screamed, "Where is Summer?" Yeah, where is she? I don't know. Where is she? Let's see what this one is. You know what to?
Now you gotta keep your fridge close and the enemy's closer. Lana Ramirez, I will address that. Actually, you know what? Let me just address that now. And I respect your opinion. And
you know what's funny about this one is that's him talking about Dawn and Emery. Monster. But him and Dawn, even lately, it's, "Oh no, we're cool. I and Monster are cool," says Dawn. Yeah, it's because I can only imagine why, with what's come out, especially after.
fine. I don't know that many good guys that beat on women, and I know that a lot of people do not like Jody Sue, and they don't think highly of her, and they think maybe, they think she's a liar or on drugs or whatever. This man beat the holy hell out of Jody Sue by every account. So forgive me if I don't take pity on him. I am not an Andy fan by any means. I don't hate the guy. I don't know the guy. But if you beat on people, women especially, I'm sorry, Lana. Andy is not a bad guy in my opinion. Andy is a bad guy in my opinion.
So many things and so much more than that, especially in the big boy files of receipts. But that was during the all of the mass set in of shit, and they were trying to hammer in at Josh, and during that period when they brought the grab out on Josh, all that shit. Right after. Right after Penny starts on this arc, right? They're in the middle with Adrian, Benny, Jenny, and the rest, and desperately wants Josh and CM to comment also shit, right? She can't get it done. Then suddenly the grab comes out, and some weird fuck shit happens, but at that time Tiffany Marie surrounds Josh. And is all like, "No, y'all leave Josh alone." But the grab is a thing. whole thing during that period, but the grab comes out after this.
McDonough became his internet daddy, and it's just that no, I don't know. I don't know his stance. I do know he won't talk about Jody Sue, which is problematic to me anyway.
In which way for you?
Because you see what she's doing and you're not calling it out. You can clearly see that she herself is here for the wrong reasons, which anything other than Summer is the wrong reason. If you want to be a domestic violence awareness channel, find that community and stay there. If you have nothing to contribute to the case of missing 5-year-old Summer Wells, then shut up and get out of this community. But they won't call it out. Him and Chris, why not? Why not? Why won't they call out Jody Sue's fuckery? Why fucking not? You want to call Andy and interrogate him, but you won't call out Jody Sue? That's a problem with me. It's a fucking problem.
Yeah, it was a problem with her and Benny and the rest. The HIVE day, the whole 9, right? Their last 2 holdouts. And then the grab appears. And let's add a note here that there's a piece that exists where Bullhorn, Cam, Penny, and the rest are on Cam's panel that I do have. And Penny clearly is like, they're arguing, her and Bullhorn are arguing, and she's like, what have you done? And Bullhorn's like, no, what have you done? And she's like, you know what, I'm not too proud to say I've not done one goddamn thing that's helped Summer at all. I've not done one thing. But yet here she is saying, Jody Sue, you can't do anything for Summer. When have you seen Penny do a goddamn thing since the day she's entered the Summer Wells community with Tiffany Marie, who she clearly knew from, the Queen thing, and what's her fuck face, and all the cases before, and then, the money pushers through other places that I'm not gonna, just, oh yeah. Alright, what has she done besides create fake federal agents and shit, and all of them using Chris McDonough to the chaos machine for people that lead back onto the real ground and real life around C&D even before, and all this shit explodes and Summer is indeed lost in it, probably on purpose, quite frankly, because no matter what, at the end of the day, keeping these cases from being solved, these children, victims, fighters, survivors, etc., found, actually profits them more. The longer they can go on, the longer they're unsolved. Guess what? The more years they have, like Adrian and Jenny, be like, we're planning number 2 already at number 1. And I'm sure they're planning number 3 with Chasing at the helm this time. Fuck them. There better not be a year 3. And I hope that far before then, all of them will see a day. And I hope, despite them all and what they've done since long before we were ever public, realizing how we were being on any of that shit. I want Summer found, and the person or persons responsible found. And I want all these sons of bitches leading back to pay dearly. It's just how I feel about it. And then you have this shit, right? You have Skilo, right? Y'all remember Skilo. dressing up like me, playing with Adrian, Jenny, all the nine, getting golden ticket type shit, supposed to be at 125, 110 too. And here she is with Krama / Adrian and Squall.
Now that we know what is, what her behavior is when she gets pissed off, when she loses control of her narrative, like when Andy came out, what did she do? She attacked him.
No.
Now that we know what is, what
That'd be called manipulation, bro. Now that we're learning, we're good little cons and criminals. And it's like this shit. They offered these out, and they had to come from 2 certain little weapons in this group, right? Still photos of certain vehicles and things. See, they thought that's all we had was still photos. But I had the videos. And so do my children who filmed these in real time because I was driving. Of certain stalls and things. And their buddies and such in other vehicles stalking random children. I do have goddamn videos. And I think even Monster would be curious to see half of them, especially when it wasn't present. So no, I do hold the videos that show that they were firmly behind and following long before, and then I'd slow down enough to make them enforce patched where I could get the tags and shit. And then there was a setup shit, because, Stall thinks she's cute at that shit. And then she passed by, and then she'd take photos, being like, "Oh no, Jody, she's the one following me!" Like she pulled a coordinated. No. Nope. And then she'd pump it out to this group like I was going. No, it wasn't. And I have the videos to prove it. But this group mistakenly thought that those were just stills. And that there weren't multiple videos of the same incident from different angles and shit for long periods showing the evidence of. And how Stall and Monster and everybody else doing shit in real life around us. And such, and then how certain little critters around here got similar matching vehicles to put me in a certain mode and make me think that Monster was the one coming by here. I shit you not. And even cops recognized it, especially when calls would come in or out. They would immediately show up at the stop sign to watch and see and pass by. Also shit, but they were trying to heighten things between I and Monster, or picked up the phone thinking it was him, but it wasn't. On some occasions, though he was, and so was Stall very much. Just feet away, stopping, talking, inserting my family, obviously all the shit. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fucking hive of grossness and monsters. We're gonna get either way. Nope, I don't want to play that. But Linda. And then of course you have, good old chicken and, AC, Appy Blue, etc. sitting on panel with Shay, Spall, the real locals fucking up real shit in real time from before we were even public. Weird. Anyway. That weird shit. All these things. But you know, despite days like this, it's things like this, right? Despite 2 years of the inset of true crime nut jobs and the Mozelle fuck-faced forensology shitheads and all the games and all the garbage and all that, right? At the end of every day, 80% of my brain and everything I am, it ignores most of it, and it's looks for the little pieces, right? Burns other fires far more important. Finds the little things. It knows the little things, and then sometimes when they're set right back in front of its face, it remembers them and just puts them back into play again. It's the little things. It's these things, right? They want so desperately, but they couldn't make sense of, even if they tried or know that they were little things or what they would mean or how they applied, even if they had possession of them. But they're major things. It's things like this. Things, just simple daily messages between Monster and I. And they would have no idea how they applied to someone. But I do. And those are what burn the brightest for me. And the puzzles and trying to figure it out. You want to say one of my favorite photos? Simple, stupid, trapped. Means many things for me. Moment of beauty in the middle of storms. But it's one of my favorite pictures, and I have some of them black and white. Yes, right. Three sunflowers in that fucking cabin. Summer started in the fall. Things like this, right? That show you that Adrian and Jenny and Chasing are full of shit. Things I recorded before ever leaving there. Things I recorded even on normal days, normal years, but that's right. But they show you that people like Chasing Truth and Jenny and Adrian and all their bullshit and their golden tickets, they're useless and worthless and full of shit. And they're lying. That have long been here and meant their golden tickets were not necessary to begin with, and that they're mind fucking people and lying to people in Summer's case, all this other shit, right? But these people believe them. They listen to them. But seriously, is that what we're gonna do today? Sounds of 110 and 125. How things are in as close to any conditions as you'll ever get to June 15th, because this was, though the foliage exploded just 3 days after summer vanished. It's as close as this was after, so there's a little bit more foliage, but it's as close as you'll get. See, those have always been here, but they knew. So why lie? It's like this shit, right? October 2020. Around the Jose incident and shit, right? Neighbors are WWFing outside. I see cops in their future. Monster's like, what the fuck? And of course, he's late because he's banging stall already by that point, and I'm firmly stuck in the cabin. Anyway, also blaring the song Godzilla at 469,000 decibels. And over neighbors. Trying to sit indoor and enjoy woods and crickets. Can't hear shit but those motherfuckers all day and all goddamn night, though. And he's like, well, let me over here at the 5-0. He's a little busy with stalls still. Already. While I was undergoing cancer care and treatment. Whatever. But that was, around the Jose time period. And of course, the whole, nuh-uh, it ain't the bag of meth I found, it's the AC and shit, and blah, blah, blah. Around the end of July, right? Sure. Just all kinds of things. all the little things. Yeah, but it all goes back. It's like, you watch them like when they can't get Chris and Josh to fly, whatever, right? And then the grab appears. But it's like TM and this group were using McDonough and shit during the time, and TM's surrounding him like she's his best buddy and all this shit, and advertising his music for most of their shit. After BK and the group set him semi up and do the whole Brian Laundry and the nomadic trek and all that shit and the Axe Rock situation and all that, and then his channel goes down. And then I don't know, it all just feels really weird, and TM seems to circle rules that the rest of the group always comes out looking in a certain way, doesn't it? Just like while Josh was under attack, when CM was under attack, when Ziggy was under attack. And then something happens, and there's a 10K amount mentioned, and then there's a thing, and there's this, and there's that. Setups is, all has a certain feel to it, doesn't it? Little certain specialized weapon and financial setups and 10K things and people long-term setups by long-term weapons, and I don't know, to then enact when timing's right, or they want to force hands and then people to come in and act like saviors. But no, it couldn't be that dark, deep, and heavy over here. Must be crazy. Must be crazy. Yeah, I'm back. I had the ice. Wait, ice. Oh, hell. I touched it with little fingers. Oh dear. My man hands. Probably. Anyway. Um. No. Don't do that. No. I did a thing. Fuck.
Phone charge.
No. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you watch so many things throughout all this, right? So many different things. How sad. And I gotta tell you, one of the fucking dumbest arcs I've ever seen in this motherfucking place is this stupid shit about this stupid fucking blue pouch. It has to be it has to be more ignorant than the fucking Red Barrel bullshit. Has to be. Like, they're literally going, well, Jose mentioned. You mean the Jose that was paid extra to add in like an extra 5+ months he was there, and then suddenly died and Chasing gave the stamp for it? That one? Yeah, okay. After they got caught in their fuckery around here with the fucking bullshit with Jose, who was clearly studying all of us, though he was in the middle of goddamn Alaska, and kept being able to take on our words even overnight. Yeah, that one. Uh-huh. Sure. Right. Anyway, how many times that happened around here? But anyway, dude, you had to be stupid to think, yeah, something happened with the goddamn blue couch, and dogs and feds and all law enforcement searchers didn't catch on to it. And, oh my God, and it was in front of the door. But the Jose said that came here with an extra added on amount of time because this group wanted him to, just like they did others like Sherfy and Rest and Freds and Laura's and whatever, right? It's like, yeah, I'm sure all that specialized equipment, all that, they just missed a fucking blue couch in there. It must be a giant fucking clue. It must just be, right? Giant fucking clue. And, you got in there like, the fuck are y'all stupid? Yeah, Candace Dunn and whoever else, Grandis, I don't know, the 40 fucking owls or something on the fucking hill. Who the fuck knows? Suddenly just vanished a blue couch after summer, whatever, and a timeline and all these things. I mean, you can't, even in the realm of reality, put together and make work in any sense of the word. And then the more time they took to do anything like that with major objects that would have had to been hauled off, anything like that, since would have been all over and in cars and all this other shit, and there would have been, all these things. It would have done been over had anything like that happened. But yet you got, like right now, 1,000 dumb motherfuckers watching Justin talk about goddamn blue couch. Do you know how fucking stupid this blue couch shit is? Hey, we heard from a guy who was here who was clearly studying all of this, but somehow he didn't have a phone because he threw it in the pits of Alaskan waters or some shit. He didn't know Summer vanished till recently, but he had all this shit and knew all of us and afraid in our words and knew, like he knew I referred to Voldemort at the time, right? Could clearly, easily take on shit. And then suddenly he dies when everybody gets caught. And they're like, oh no, leave him alone because he's got mental issues. And then that didn't work and then suddenly he died. Right. And then Chasing comes along and puts a stamp on him. Much like her and Adrian and Jenny did the other day for Slay. Weird these rinse and repeat cycles, isn't it? But that guy said blue couch. Right. There wouldn't have been a giant missing space there that law enforcement wouldn't have noticed immediately. But so fucking stupid. It'd be like a blue couch. Y'all are morons. Eat shit with a spoon if you like. You want the facts, but blue couch, red barrel, blue barrel, chicken! Idiots. Shit's stupid. It is. It's stupid. Hey, but it keeps everybody busy and actually away from anything factual, so there's that. And it makes them whatever the fuck it is they want. To do whatever they want. You know what's weird? No, not weird. I can't say that. It's so hard to find descriptors, and nothing about this place surprises or is in any way anything other than average shit anymore and known to be the garbage they do. But, it's like, let's see if it'll work.
Her to see big channels dogging. Good morning, guys. So I want to get into something here with Cher. That's Voices Behind the Wall. I know you can see on my screen. I hope you can see it. I've tried to make it big. She says a lot of things in here, and I'm going to just say that first off, she says it's so funny to her to see big. Channels dogging Zav. It's funny to see some of them support Zav, and she says it's so funny to her to see big channels dogging Zav. It's funny to see some of them support Zav, and it's even funnier watching them call out smaller channels. So I'm just going to address this, okay? First of all, no, it's not funny. Nothing that happened with the situation with Zav was funny. The channels that were calling her out for it, which what she did was despicable. Not the people who supported her doing it. None of it was funny. I don't understand why you think it's funny, but I'm just going to go on here. You say a lot of stuff here, and I encourage anybody who wants to stop this video to read it to do so, or you can go to her page and read it. It's on her community tab. But basically, through all of this, what I'm hearing her say is that, she is trying to make a comeback with a tell-all about somebody or somebody's. Why didn't she bring this all to light when it was going on? Why now? I mean, is she just trying to ride back in thinking this is going to be a gravy train? Because to me, this just says that she didn't care enough about whatever she's talking about here to speak about it in, real time when it was happening. She literally says she's been sitting on this for years, and it's all in the timing. This is a real piece of work over there. The timing to bring something to light is when you find out when it's going on. I mean, this is just one more example of the way Cher will use things for her own personal gain. I'm just going to say this one more time. No one was laughing about anything surrounding what Zav and Natasha Cooper did except you. And that should tell people everything they need to know. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you.
Now, the thing here is, well, I'll read it. This is from Cher, like 2 weeks ago, right? When the Zav girl thing. It's so funny to me to see other big channels dogging Zav girl. It's funny to see some of them support Zav, and it's funnier even watching them call out other smaller channels. Laugh out loud. Trust me, I could tell the world the truth on all y'all too. It's not just Zav that's a piece of shit. Like the people paying for known lies from suspicious people in the cases, and other people know this or that are lies, but shrug it off and laugh about the numbers they will get anyways. I guess she means like her and Bullhorn and MGL and all of them who've done the same thing in Quentin Simon's and Summers' case, and from Watts forward in all the cases, right? And remember, during the Quentin Simon and Billy Joe and Leilani arc, it came out because of Bullhorn and recorded calls between the other one that was trying to make a name for itself. I'll think of it here in a minute, but it tried to do a thing for a minute. But they were bragging about beating them and how to abuse them and this and the other when they were naked and all that shit. But then it was, right out in the open that, yeah, Cher and Bullhorn and the rest were working together, like I've said, for 2+ years, right? Just like when they all hit the ground in Summer's case. I knew that Don had contacted them before they were going to show up here to do that at his job site. He knew it too. It's all manufactured chaos, even between those who are suspicious and stuff in all these cases. And a lot of those who seem to want it to be manufactured chaos for lots of reasons. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure Cher knows all about that. She inserted immediately. And definitely Summers and Quentin's, where she worked together with the provocateur group that brings the attention on and lets those like her and Benny Keys insert into the ears of people like Dawn and Candace and Billy Joe and Leilani and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, carrying on. Oh, and the Jose's and the Sherfies and all those, and the Lauras and the Freds and the Monsters and the Stalls paid for. The JLR jump out interviews with locals that aren't and all these things. Yeah. Tell you what. Anyway, how about the person that's got the audacity to say shit about Zov and others, but they won't tell you they was having the Wells boys literally stalked and spied on. Oh, no shit. No shit, Cher. Like they have all of our children. No, none of y'all around here do it. But how she even take herself as good? You want whatever. But then you gotta think 2 weeks ago she's trying to get Dawn to come back out in front with her, at least in front, because they've still been communicating in the background. So 2 weeks ago though, she's already making that, needing Dawn to be comfortable to come out in front of the cameras again with her. And as you can see, the violence against Candace has increased, fighting or whatever too. The fuck shit, some stuff stirring here in person as well because of Cher, BK, and some shit leading back into there. Past few days, something's fucking up. I don't like it. That being said, we knew this was coming because we've had a set number of days again in mornings. And that they're gonna try to do some more fuck shit. I ain't in the mood. Anyway, but she needed to get that in there. But the Wells boys like to carry, to tampered on to get him. So it's multiple reasons all this con language when all that shit's happening. It's all a saying here, right? How's about the people that was making fraudulent documents and claims and impersonating the feds and private investigators for proofs so that smaller creators would further harassment on witnesses and families of Chris Watts? Oh, she means like MGL and Bullhorn and Lockdown and oh my god, Alaska, just like they did in Summer's case. Oh no, and fake PIs and fake feds and shit, you say, just like the Jenkins case. Oh my god, no, and all the communities, all of y'all have been around for years. Never, that never happened, would it? And, surely not. But she's so serious about it right now. She's like, how about all the people that's making fraudulent claims and pretend to be feds? You remember the time Cher was up on panel with Lips, laughing about how Candace and Dawn had Lips pretend to be a fake federal agent too, in Summer's case? That was real funny. Cher thought it was funny then, but by God, hearing this and she's taking it for Zov and calling out the group of folks who she works with and all these cases, it's wild, ain't it? Y'all really don't know just how low and dirty some of these folks are willing to go and have gone, all in the name of money, Cher says, with her, well, I'd say her teeth that she bought on Summer's name, but she's typing, so I don't know. She did do those purple nails once for her birthday something with money from something. Anyway, and some pretend that they stay far away from the trauma of it all, but they are the biggest pot stirrers of them all. Huh. I can't believe the hypocrisy happening in real time. Ha 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 ha. Trust me, she says. I haven't yet spilled the beans that I've been waiting to spill since 2019. 2020, 2021. That's 5 years. How many cases is that you've been involved in and all this shit and helped do all this shit too? With MGL and all the rest of them that there's clear evidence of their share bridges? Lord of mercy. And you've been sitting on it, you didn't turn them in for none of this? Oh my god. Holy shit, it's a receipt she must have. Withholding evidence and shit of federal crimes and things. Ain't that a hell of a post to put up? Holy shit. My god. Laughing on panel with somebody like Lips, who's clearly like, yeah, I pretended to be a fake fake FBI agent because Candace and Dawn asked me to. And everybody's laughing about it, but that's crime. Yep. Anyway. Anyway, so she says, trust me, I haven't yet spilled the beans that I've been waiting to spill since 2019. All in timing, I suppose. I think she meant all in good time, but whatever. I've got one hell of a show planned. Wondering who will be your favorite creators by the time I'm done laying it down. Everything you have been worried I was finna expose is the past 3 years. In the past 3 years. What's gone on the past 3 years? You've been sitting on this shit since 2019. That's HIVE. What? Anyway, it's happening and I'm coming for you. You and you. And yes, I have zero doubt that you know exactly who's on my list. Y'all ready? Figuring it, emoji usage over here. What Zava's done is disgusting. However, it's not the first thing she has done. Won't be the last, and she sure as hell ain't been the only one the only sorry excuse money grabbing human. Alright, pots and pans and teeth and wish lists at the asshole and purple hair and purple nails and hashtag summer and let's start up a second reward fund on the goddamn lies, Dawn, just a few weeks ago. Sure, man. Oh yeah, and you were there for the first marathon start too, though, weren't you? And oh yeah. Alright, don't you want to know who they all are? So that's her post from 2 weeks ago. Have y'all seen her do a call out? Yet of all the people she's clearly worked with for at least 5 years. Have y'all seen this massive anything from her? The end all be all panel where she's going to out everything, I assume, including her own role in all these cases, just like Summers and Quentin Simons. Have you seen it yet? Did it happen? I don't know. I don't partake of Silvertongue. But I doubt it. I doubt it. Sounded good though, didn't it? Anyway, and then defenses, you can't make this shit up, folks, but they fucking do. Right? They do. Sort of. They pull the crimes and do the things and then make shit up and then try to hide and try to skirt away and try to buffer it and do whatever and throw people off bridges and carry on with their, crypto and shit and lifestyles and such. Into the next case, case after case after case. Don't you wish the world would listen to Chris Watt? Like, you know, oh, don't you wish they'd listen in the Chris Watt's case? When her father tried to get changes to YouTube and other platforms and the laws, he did. He did. But instead, then you have MGL and the rest of them saying some of the most disgusting shit about Aaron Ollie sport. And see, it's them and their group, and this exact group that leads back to the MGL and all, and the, oh God, that tormented her family and everybody around that case so thoroughly. And MGL sitting on panels saying some of the most disgusting shit about her. All pretending they cared, and comes Tito years later, and obviously they don't, and then comes Depp and Iron, and then as you can see, this group, same group, just a couple months later, they use our abuser against us. Yeah, they care about all these survivors and fighters of domestic violence and such, right? But anyway, if the right people had listened then and cared more about humanity in these cases and families and communities and victims and survivors and fighters over money, and that includes the platforms and whatever else. All these other cases, communities, victims, survivors, and fighters would have never been tormented and destroyed the way they have been by this exact same group. Hunted down. These people would not be comfortable and feel like nothing's ever going to happen to them, and so confident in it because they've gotten away with it for so long. Years. Like share there with the same group. Right? And without that clickbait title and then a blue couch saying, "Help me, mommy." It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And it turns my goddamn stomach. That's full tragedy, Pam. Oh, but the next day, remember, they'll go back over the case facts and news articles and their handy dandy little notebooks. The next day, they'll have some clickbait title. "Help me, mommy, and let's talk about this blue couch." To give you the and pull the heartstrings. It's fucking disgusting. They're not here to help Summer. They're here to use her community to destroy everyone. People are fucking sick, y'all. Fucking sick. Where are you sending the prayers for Summer to? I always want to ask people. Maybe it's because I'm a little salty. But even if I were a believer, I always wondered where they're sending them to. Says God knows all things. God does things to test. God does this. Right? Now, supposedly everybody has free will, of course, but whatever. But I'm sure it wasn't in Summer's will to vanish on June 15th, so that immediately takes that out of play. So it must have been God's will, right, for her to vanish on June 15th. So then, and you're not supposed to question God. Right? So why question or send prayers to the same person that supposedly decided it was his will for God to vanish, or for Summer to vanish on June 15th? It was apparently his will that Summer vanished on the 15th, so then why send him prayers? Is whatever's happening to her in a 2-year plus span, who's learning a lesson from that? Is it her parents who clearly don't give a shit? Where's the lesson? Right? Because that's always a saying too. How, God's doing it to teachers and 5-year-old Summer vanishes. She's 7 now. What in the fuck could a 5-year-old possibly be being taught a lesson for? By God himself, and vanished off what seemingly is the face of the earth on June 15th. So why send the same being the prayers when it was his will? And then you're questioning God's will, and that's a no-no by what's written in the book. You're not supposed to question God's will. So sending prayers to him is questioning him, and like, I'm just wondering, who the fuck are all these prayers going to? Like, the same guy that's like, today I'm going to banish Summer Wells off the face of the fucking earth. Make that make sense. The devil ain't got shit to do with it. Like, I don't believe in any of that shit. Yeah, the devil and God just chose to have a fucking war and vanish Summer off of fucking 110 on June 15th. Yeah, okay. Sure. These titans of the sky and whatever middle ground fucking hobbit hole I've Sauron businesses in the center of the fucking earth just decided Summer needed to vanish. Sure. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't. Don't think so. Y'all do what you want. Yeah, I wouldn't waste your time praying. True story. I don't believe in the shit. And if you want to waste your time in that way, carry on. Do so. It's gonna make no. Never mind. And it's not gonna affect anything in the real world. And I don't know why you're praying for me, because I don't need it. Like, what, make her nicer? Make her not question a God? Make her bow down? It ain't gonna happen, man. I bow before no man or God. That's just facts. But it's like, and that clearly also speaks to the whole, just don't, it's not to be rude, but it's like, you know what would help more than prayers? Sharing Summer's picture, information, calling her by her name. Going to these other fucking creators, calling them out for their fuck shit, turning them in for what you can clearly see is fuck shit, contacting your local and state reps, demanding laws. That would help not only Summer in her case, her community, etc. All those, but all those that are going to come after if something doesn't change. All the next Summers and the Quintons and the Kylies and Petitos and Shannons and Dylans and Idaho 4. You contact these platforms and you demand changes. And you stop viewing the destruction of cases, survivors, victims, fighters, their communities, their lives as entertainment. That's what helps Summer, not prayers. It's what helps all the others. And will help law enforcement. That's how you really help victims, survivors, fighters, their families, communities, law enforcement. Right there. Not prayers, but tangible shit. If you really care and really have a heart. And really at some point want real information and facts and shit again from law enforcement, families, victims, survivors, fighters, their community members, and all those in a way that everybody's not terrified to even come out to ask for help for their missing, murdered, etc. loved ones because they're terrified of this fucking group online and others like it, this fucking cesspool over here on YouTube. You want real information, facts, statements again? You change. You don't sit over and scream in the middle of trauma and entertainment like Lord of the Flies while you help destroy and render in terror for whatever the hell it is. You go demand changes. You help those like Shannon's dad and all those, and those forward, you help them stop this. You help the Candace Coolies and the families of the Idaho 4, and you help those trying to be voices and shut this shit. That's how you help. You really care about these victims, survivors, fighters? Do that. That's tangible. Prayers aren't going to help Summer. Tangible things help Summer. Law enforcement, her community, those who hold keys, hear keys. Those who hold the keys may not know it. Because it's out here somewhere. Maybe siphoned up by these pieces of shit over here. Everybody's watching this entertainment. For funsies. May just be laying there. Waiting on the confiscation of devices. Warrants and whatever else. To maybe find in the reams and reams of data. It's been siphoned up by these pieces of shit. Who keep using the same tactics in almost all the cases, from Watts Ford, Kanika Jenkins, the rest. Fake PIs, fake feds, fake this, fake cops that, the usage of those who seem like they have real resources and all this other shit, and their names and supposed degrees and qualifications and all these setup things to siphon and do. I mean, so many cases with all the same tricks. Billboards, scamathons. Nothing is quite big as what they're done this summer. It's got quite as much attention. And I want to show you something. Maybe. I don't know. These receipts, but it's determining whether I want to do it in this way or hmm. I don't know, man. You just, all these little people. Yo, about line, bro. That's not it. I didn't know what the fuck here in this one. There you go. Yeah, but hell with it. Let's see. Now, I want to show you something, okay?
She's gonna.
So what you have here is Monster's thing it sent to me about lips, etc. You know, when she was trying to play the fake friend art too, and I was like, yeah, whatever, bitch. I don't do that. Anyway, this is stalled mostly messaging as because Monster don't get no fucks based because never did. He's like, you know, And in person, other than the bitches, he never says bad mom otherwise. Right? Hell, he'd beat me black and blue. Like, that's one thing I can't say about you. You've been a good, whatever. But then the bitches, it was always opposite. Even though it never struck him, it's like, wait, who is checking it while he's... Oh, yeah, that math's on that up. But anyway, so it's mostly Stahl you see messaging here as him to everybody because she does enjoy playing behind the scenes here. Thinks it's like fame and touching things with JLR and MGO. Just, oh my gosh, very enamored. And then fuck on me, of course, for extra money that she ain't already taken and stolen out of my daughter's mouth and otherwise or from the ex-landlord or everybody else, Anyway, so, thing is, the only time you really see him respond is to a free camper or to a cash app and being pissed because everybody at that point's like, well, what the fuck, dude? Maybe you're scamming people. And he's like, oh, great. So now, because people got it twisted, now I'm being punished so I can't get money through my cash app. And by that, he means this group, this HIVE here, has taken what was said by him and Stahl that was also fucking lying about Little and myself and my son and all this shit, and they twisted it and did what they wanted to with Tiffany Marie and AB or Scott and Lips and Linda and Rojo and Penny, the whole nine, Jenny and Adrian, Linda obviously, and he's pissed and he doesn't respond to Lips until now I'm being punished, and I can tell it's him plain as day because he clearly sends the picture of his lap and the pants and I don't know. So anyway, and the Cash App, he immediately gets on that. And then, well, here's the problem. People think you're scamming. Oh, so I get punished? That's his language. It's what he does. It's how monsters think. It's him. For one of the very few. The rest of it is Stahl trying to target my children. Right? For money and gang and her own grossness and abusive behaviors and weirdness for several years running. Obviously, in control and issues she's got wrong. But anyway, you see this, right? And in this, what you also see is what was actually semi-told to this group about what was occurring here. None of which says what they later come up with. Adrian and Jenny and the rest, And it's just what they do with it. So they are never told, right? So here's the proof. Like, that's not what they were told. Even monsters like bitches have got it twisted as fuck, right? And then you can clearly see Stahl questioning shit and other things and other proof we all know so shit. Even she's like, what the fuck y'all do? Anyway, but yeah, so when the targeting of Little first began, all this other shit around the paperwork, the court, all this crap, right? And they're not even supposed to be mentioning Little because she's not proven to be his. He has no custody, none, which makes what they've done taken from her even more illegal. So anyway, the point is, you can see in this that it's Stahl mostly working with this group, but it's clearly Monster's Facebook, and that he's fully aware of the situation and what he's allowing and letting it do. And I know him. It's like, they made a big deal of that thing, right? That they then cleared off screen because they needed to be blank because they gave away too much. But the messages in it are that, Monster's going to bed. He's so worried and distraught. He's going to bed. No, I know Monster well enough. Monster was sick of everybody's shit, including Stalls. Wanted no part of it. Wanted to check the fuck out, get high, and go to sleep. That's what he does. So anyway, and Stahl was just left to her own devices to do whatever to our children that he obviously gives no shit about, or he wouldn't allow it. But didn't mind if it was for money. And clearly pissed when this group got it all twisted and wrong and fucked shit up, and then people thought he was scamming and calling what you about. Alright, and is, and whatever. But hey, they got a nice new camper and all shit out of it. Anyway, so you can see. Slow down, take shots. I don't give a good goddamn, but they are planning and plotting and shit, Lips and Stahl and whatnot. etc., and yada yada, and la la la. Oh, and there's the Cash App. Hold on. Let's see. And here they are, even all the way up in August, advising him, trying to get back a hold of him, trying to lure him again, doing whatever. Right? But, and this is when they were trying to do the false 5150 on me and planning it with Piper and Adrian Jeanette, numbers up on the things. They were doing the Feathers videos at that time, trying to make, all this other shit. All these things, right? Told me I had a limited amount of time. And look, oh, and there you go. If you don't believe me, their stall is going, yeah, this is me typing and messaging all this, right? Yeah. Anyway, so, let me see here. And then she says, she's reported this, and she's got one other doing this, and see, here's, oh, if we try to take her, she's got her brainwashed to hurt herself, if Andy, whatever, right? That's what's said. Yeah, that's shit. But at the time, what they're hoping, Jenny, Adrian, Stahl, the rest, was that they could enact a false 5150. And that was the threat, and Piper's over there going, Jody, when the help comes, take it, honey, and 5-day count there, 6 to time some shit, and one of them. And then a music video of who's knocking at the door, right? That was anyway, and then Jenny and Adrian are running with the same numbers and same garbage and all this, right? That was the plan at first, and then they had the room cycling to try to drive me crazy at the same time, right? Right, to make it look certain ways, even, and here's Stahl just making up bullshit, and she says that, Eldest wasn't allowed to see Little no more because of him seeing that. Look, I knew immediately when he had first contact with Monster. That was not, you know. And then it's, we don't know, we wouldn't do any legally, and all this other bullshit. And then, they did a welfare check, blah, blah, the cops say she's not in danger, and blah, blah. Yeah, because she wasn't. It was all bullshit. And then I agree, she needs to be able to see her dad. Isn't when her mom is making mad, but yeah, he is. And I ain't making him a meaning. He is what he is, and I have ample fucking proof of it. 3 decades. Everybody in the community knows. The hell's this bitch know? She was in the bathroom stall for like 2 years, hiding in a corner. Being honestly abused by him, and she was abusing him. She don't know shit about my real life. Alright. So anyway, this chick who knows nothing in my life other than that she has purposely made it harder and increased the abuse against us on purpose because she's such a sick piece of shit for several years. It is, you know, whatever. Oh, and here it is. This is really the only time that Monster responds, right? Send me your cash app, Lip says. Oh, he's quick to fucking do that. I sort of figured out the issue, Lip says from earlier. Adrian has been telling these ladies stuff, and I guess they all had a secret live about it, and made the decision to keep the story offline, but no one told me that, and I'm being called out for it, which is bullshit. Lips is lying. She puts up posts too, says Monster gave her permission, right? But Monster eventually figures it out. Anyway, but the initial thing was everybody was confused that day because the initial push was actually make it a false 5150 on me and say I was gonna off myself and all shit, which is not gonna happen. And anyway, yeah, someone that gave Tiffany Marie permission to put my 12-year-old up on the screen, whatever. I don't know, I'm trying to work. And then they're like, I know, I thought you told them something deaf, which is not language most uses, so it's, he doesn't say later either. Oh no, wait, that's Lips. Don't have time to figure it out, he says. I work in whatever room. And then she's trying to dig some more and whatever. Oh, and here he is. Alright, so I get punished. So I get punished for someone getting the stuff twisted, okay? He's pissed. Because he's not getting money. Because guess what? Even he, in this right here, that's a clear admission that he knows all these bitches, including Tiffany Marie, Lips, Jenny, Adrian, his bestie buddies, and Stoll's bestie buddies, and all them. Somebody got it twisted, and it's a fucking lie. On top of what him and Stoll are already pumping up, and it's already an exaggeration. Right? And then Liv's like, how's court going? I see Jody Sue's celebrating. Yeah. And then she wants to know about me and walking dogs and whatever. Anyway, point is, horse shit, right? But there you have it. Stoll's mostly messaging, but he can clearly see, he's letting her do whatever, etc., etc. You know, yada yada. And even, so then what comes next? Right? What comes next? Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. Hold on. What is up with that shit, dude? Alright. There you go. Here's Penny and Jenny, and they're on Sassy True Crime. Crumma Mama. Adrian, right? They're on her channel. But they're all sitting there, right? Doing this. Our conversations with Monster. And they tag him, they tag Gavel, Penny. Benny Keys. Oh, you know, not Benny. Not Benny. No. Who was also in the secret call shit with Rojo, Linda, the rest, you know.
Rue's gonna go to school and she's gonna see what normal fucking moms are like. Yeah. I swear to you, Rue and Jody Sue, that reminds me of a hostage situation.
Weird, isn't it?
Rue's gonna go to school and she's gonna see what normal fucking mom.
So keep that in mind there with the hostage situation. Because then what you have is this shit, right? You have messages between Penny and Tiffany Marie. Penny saying she's texting with Adrian, or no, she's talking to her. She's on the phone with Adrian, you know, the main meddler in that shit, targeting my child, as her and Jenny play with the Voices, whatever Audrey channel it's supposed to be, a real official that they've been around for years in their backdoor groups and shit, and they have Monster installed in her chats and stuff, and they've got her playing and tampering with shit around little stuff. Anyway, but here's Penny at a certain point also saying this. Andy wants to go grab her, but he thinks if he shows up, she's going to take them all out. Excuse the fuck out of me? And then they're talking about weapons and all sorts of shit. That is not what is said by Stahl or any other shit at all. It's not what's clearly said by Monster. He knows everybody's got to fuck, but here's Penny and Adrian and Tiffany. Wow. And look, her saying the police were here that day before they were ever even here. Clearly shows Stahl, Adrian, Monster all of them had a plan, but here are these bitches, including his besties, Adrian and Jenny and all them. Penny's putting what her little hostage situation, then here it is here. Not only am I supposedly saying this shit's little, but it's a hostage situation. Holding her hostage. Bullshit. Right? And then weapons and all this goddamn garbage. But you can see Penny is the first one to drop a little pebble. Then it comes into this. And Adrian's playing the bullshit, saying something that was never said, not even by Stahl, and clearly not even by Monster, because Monster's like, all these bitches got it fucked up. I'm being punished. I can't get cash out because you bitches got it twisted. You fucked it up. Right? Oh, but here's the fucking kicker. Here's the fucking kicker, ain't it? And I'm not going to show all this because Monster doesn't need the receipts for what's coming. But, you know, the thing is, we do have and hold and possess a call. And I guarantee you, because all of a sudden Monster, out of its mouth, at the very end of things, just a month or two ago, he tries this wild mindfuck on Little. He goes, yeah, your mom, and you can clearly tell he's recording, and Stahl's back there whistling to direct him, you know, like Tiffany Marie does keys with BK. And, you can hear the direction he's calling Little names that he's never called her before in her life. Like, sweetheart, she's like, and she was like, Mom, I was so freaked out. Or whatever, you know, but it was sick as fuck what he and Stahl were even doing on the phone, doing all that shit, you know, but regardless, all of a sudden pops out of its mouth. Your mom said she'd take us all out if I ever left. Even Little's like, the fuck is wrong with this fucking piece of shit? Do you know how absurd that is? You know how many times this dude's taken off or gone? Hell, it's like seasonal, it's mid-weekly, it's every other day. The dude's like, brah. It's like why this shit was stalled. It took us a while to figure out where and what cycle and how seriously and whatever. Because it was no more than that. And he didn't make it clear like that. And then he catches me at the gas stations and all of it. Doesn't need time. Right? And whatever. But anyway. Here he is. Here she is. The whole thing. But here he is saying a little. Your mom said she takes all of her lift. Bitch, the fuck I ever did. I've never laid one finger on any of these kids. I've never said any such thing to any motherfucker in my life. Never. He's the one that said that to me, though. And even the kids knew it. And Eldest was like, holy shit, did he say that? It's like, yeah, they know better. Man, I've been a single parent the entire time I've had both of them. Even with him standing there. He's left a million times. But see, he has to add it in a month or two ago when all this shit's solidified. Because by this point, he's been given a heads up on like Penny and Adrian on Twisted and got wrong, and he's being punished for no cash apps. Right? So he has to add it to cover their asses in his own. So he says it to Little and tries to mindfuck her with it. And I guarantee you in court documents, it does not show up at any point until after Penny said it online, after Adrian and all him put it out, and Penny said it to Tiffany, and then he's said it to Little, because by that point he has tried to add it in, but only to cover his ass, Stahl's ass, Penny's, Adrian, Lips, Rojo's, BK's, Scott's, Linda's, and the rest, because they all got it twisted and he got punished. But then he has to cover everybody's ass, including the new wifey, for tampering around and fucking working in a concerted effort to target a child he wasn't even supposed to be mentioning the name of, and using the new wifey to target. And that way it was a buffer between him and the paperwork. But also, he would have never done any such thing, and I can promise you that it could have been wrong. If it hadn't been for Stahl. He's always left the kids alone when he's left. He's like, here, you take them. I'll do whatever for them. Hands off. Fuck them if they want to see me after it. And just like he did our first time in court, right after Summer vanished. It was fuck them. I can't even remember their ages, get it right, anything else, right? You just take them and I'll do whatever. And he always kind of has. It's Stahl that's keeping him from playing sports. Stahl, that's wanting the kids targeted. It's her playing fucking games. Because by himself, he would have never done any such. Now, in person, yeah, he was capable of killing them, hurting them, doing whatever. But once gone and removed, when he feels like it, he would actually bring things or do things. Or, toss money here and there, when he fucking felt like it. So, yeah, but much like him, money is important to Stahl, even if it takes from mine and targets and torments him, and she's still in this game or not. But anyway, the point is, I guarantee you that's not included in filings anywhere. Until. And it's to cover new wifey's ass, because he's let her go too far and play too many games and target her kids. And I guarantee you, he'd probably be astounded if he watched half the fucking videos I have of what she and her buddies and everybody else have done. And pretended like. And it's just like, the thing is, during all of this shit right here, where, all this is occurring, what you have is, like, a minute ago, I showed you the AB showing off the court records. I and others were standing there as that shit was posted instantly, and you could see that it was given to this group, and fizzling and started letting out, and AB started doing the thing, and TM and all in with paperwork, and then it ends up with Mozelle and whatever. Right? All these things, right? And during that time, the break-ins start here. Fizzle pops up with, oh my god, imagine being told you have pink shorts, which immediately ties it to Stahl, right? But the family members see breaks in there day and shit, because I and Little weren't here. But it was done on purpose, to get certain things. But anyway, they tie themselves in so many ways, working with Monster and Stahl, etc. And all these things that took place during the period. They're targeting the kids. As they worked in a group effort. And as you watch TM panel hop that day, to get everybody in order, because everybody was fucking confused as hell, right? Half of them thought they were going with the Jody Sue's trying to kill herself, bullshit 5150, and then TM had to hop around like Ziggy's and be like, no, blah, 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 because she was on, But yet they'd had this giant ass call, right? That they put out for you all as an unlisted link, at least portions of it. And it showed that Monster's checking the fuck out. He wants no part of it. As they all work together and all this shit. It was sick as fuck. It still is. These people have no balance. They have no bounds, no limits, including apparently gas and fire over there. Right? Put two monsters together, and Monster will get even worse than he already was. And he'll do things that even drop my fucking jaw these days. It needed cool water, not gas. But I'll tell you, even cool water never fixed it. So, but gas damn sure didn't help it. I'm not talking about AB Watchman, Donna. And that's AV Watchman. AB's different from AV Watchman. And I know who both are. You've got everything all screwed up there. AV Watchman is one thing, AB is another. Yeah, no, I said right. Anyway, you can watch it. And so you tell me where. And I'll just send a picture of one of these. And I could throw up the messages, right, from Adrian to say, like, others here that are in chat right now and everything else saying another thing entirely than Penny's saying to Tiffany that's being said to this is it's all twisted, right? I could show you the pieces where Jenny jumps up on Tiffany Marie's and if it's okay, and Tiffany's like, yeah, we'll stop the planned rotation rooms 24 hours a day that are supposed to drive Jody Sue to suicide so we can do a false 5150 on her that we've been threatening her about for a week and warning her of, and doing the feathers accounts and all that shit, but also real break-ins are occurring and then, we'll stop that for a minute and wait, and Jenny's like, please come to us, Jody Sue, and all that bullshit, show you all these messages and all these pieces and all these things. Messages from all of them to each other. I could play all of the recordings of them planning and plotting in the background for the shit to do with Little and all the shit in between Monster and Stall and this group. And I've put out many of these receipts and some before and more still to go, but and then TM playing bullshit with Shay and all that about the phone calls being released on all this goddamn garbage. But then at that same time, knowing obviously Adrian and lied to her and Penny's lied to her. But then in that same breath, she's like, Shay's responsible for these calls being released now. Andy thinks that it's fucking, Adrian and Jenny's besties and they're wrongly being accused of doing that. Why would they give those to Shay? And Adrian and Jenny are his pals, and they never do such a thing, but by that point, she's clearly already seen, obviously, Adrian and Jenny, it's all game. It's all planned, it's all plotted with a group and concerted effort online, right? Proof's all here. But, all of it. So you tell me, was I wrong when I said this in the paperwork in order protection?
Her placement, the way that she's saying nothing, it says, well, I'll give you an example. Let me see. With this group on YouTube, so if you're presenting to somebody and saying this group, you're also including yourself in that group. He began targeting the children and myself even more openly online with the group on YouTube. He has been working with behind the scenes with his girlfriend to target and put out info on us all year. He made it known he was coming for our child, I would think that says. So it goes on to describe any weapons used: bats, cords, canes, hands, shoes, cars, wood, guns, etc. Anything he could get his hands on, basically. We're not looking for you to generalize here.
There's of course Days on him who Monster advertised on his channel with, and there's Shay and the group. Everybody's there during this. TM and AB are connected during that point. It is what it is. So was I wrong on that order that, and then the others that Mozelle decided to take and target us with, I guess, well, do as she pleased and to help target us further. To torment myself, my family, all the other shit with this group. Was I lying on the paperwork? No. And I can prove it a million times over. And it's been right in front of you all the whole time as entertainment. Yeah, the group, the HIVE, including our real life abuser, installed. The Mozelles, the Tiffany's, the Rojos, the Adrians, the Jennies, the Days, the Annabelles, the Johns, the this, the that, just Scott, Squall, Chicken on a Stick / Amanda / Shay and CZ and Penny, Jenny, Adrian, Jason, Cher, all the way back to hours after Summer vanished. And yeah, she's lost somewhere in between. So ask them why the next time they say it's stupid shit. Or talk about the chaos and ask why they're helping manufacture it from the very beginning and pump it out where Summer is purposefully lost in between. Ask them where the money leads back to. Why? Ask them about all the little things. Anyway, guys, I have something I've got to do. Alright. So I'm gonna hop off here. As always, you guys, please do share Summer's picture information, call her by name, okay? It's a very tangible and real way to help her and to help find her and the person or persons responsible for June 15th and whatever is obviously still occurring at some level, even now, over 2 years later, because she is not back in her community or with her brothers yet. Key's out here somewhere. And please share the universal hand signal for help / DV hand signal, okay? It can and does save lives. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are.